Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Jaya Radha Shyam Sundar, Radha Shyam Sundar, Radha Shyam Sundar, Jaya Radhe. Jaya Goranitai, Jaya Goranitai, Goranitai, Jaya Goranitai. Jaya Goranitai, 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 Jaya Goranitai. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Nitai Gora Haribo, 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 Nitai Gora Haribo. Nitai Gora Haribo, 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 Nitai Gora Haribo.
Hare Krishna, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Srila Rupa Goswami Pada ki jai. So welcome to the daring devotees who have come. Can someone switch off this fan here also? Welcome to the daring devotees who have come to hear the poetries of Srila Rupa Goswami. So today is a full session of poetry. I will be starting this session, and At 6 p.m., we will be hearing on the screen all the way from San Diego, California, in the USA, from His Grace Dravida Prabhu, who is a wonderful reciter, and he's probably the guru of all the reciters in our society. He's the one who got attracted many years ago to the wonderful sound of the transcendental poetry of Srila Rupa Goswami and others. And after hearing from him, we will also be hearing from Her Grace Divyambara Devidasi, who is originally from Bulgaria, but residing in New York City, where she runs a very successful hi-fi restaurant. And then a little bit more by myself. So this is the schedule for today. We will be hearing the compositions of Srila Rupa Goswami. Some of them, there are so many of them. Most of them are found in a compilation which is called Stavamala. Mala means garland. I requested for the fans to be closed. The Stavamala was actually put together by Srila Jiva Goswami. It is made of poetries, verses, Ashtakas by Srila Rupa Goswami. Rupa Goswami used to compose all the time. Sometimes spontaneously. Somehow he was inspired. He was always thinking of Krishna, and he was inspired to express his visions, his realizations, his feelings. What's happening? This off, this one. Yes. So very spontaneously, as he walked, we heard yesterday how he traveled across India a few times, going from Bangladesh to East Bengal, going to Prayag, going to Vrindavan, then back to Bengal, and then going to Jagannath Puri and so on. He was traveling all the time. And as he traveled, he kept walking, but he was absorbed within. And he was constantly compiling, especially these beautiful verses. At other times, Srila Rupa Goswami would work hard on a verse, because Sanskrit poetry is compiled according to very strict rules of what is called chanda. Chanda means meters. There are a certain number of syllables per line. And usually the verses are compiled in 4 lines. And there are a certain number of syllables in each line. And that rule has to be followed. Okay? But it's not just the number of syllables. It's also a specific arrangement of the syllables. Anyone who has come close to Sanskrit a little bit will know that in the current regular Sanskrit there are 2 lengths of the syllables. One is called short and light. It's short and light. And the other is long and heavy. Bhakti Shastri students? Yes? Remember? Yes, yeah. It's called Laghu and Guru. Guru is heavy. Laghu is light. First example is Ram. You can understand. Ram. How many syllables? 2. First one is long. and it is meant to be also heavy, accentuated. It is Rama. Then the ma is short and soft. Rama. Krishna. Rama Krishna. So there is a rhythm which is built in the Sanskrit language following these long and short, heavy and light and heavy syllables. And there are rules which have been established that there are successions of syllables, usually in sets of 3. You have a set of 3 syllables, and within 3 syllables, obviously, the 3 can be long, la, 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 3 long. Or it can be la, 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 3 short. Or it can be la, 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 long, short, long. Or it can be la, 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 which is short, long, short. So in Sanskrit poetry, you use sets of 3 to compose. And in one line, the meters have definitions, which will mean the first set should have 2 long, 1 short. The second set should have 2 short, 1 long. The third set should have 2 short, 1 long. The next set should have 1 short, 1 long, 1 short, like that. So imagine the complication to actually write. And the idea is that there are different types of verses. Some are called even. These are the most difficult ones. Even means whatever is in the first line, the rhythm which is in the first line is also in the second line. And it's also in the third line, and it's also in the fourth line. And then there are those who are uneven. Means the rhythm of the first line is different from the rhythm of the second line. Little easier. You have some room to move. And there are those that are semi-even, meaning the first line and the third line are same rhythm. And the second line and the fourth line, they are uneven, they have a different rhythm. So sometimes, especially when the verses are very long, the verses begin with there are verses with just 3 syllables or 6 syllables long, 8 syllables long, like in the Bhagavad Gita, Sarva Dharman Parityaja. Sarva Dharman Parityaja. 8 syllables in the first line, 8 syllables in the second line, 8 syllables in the third line, 8 syllables in the last line. So these are short verses, easy to compose because it is short. But then there are 11 syllables verses, 12 syllables verses, 14 syllable verses, 16 syllable verses, 19 syllable verses, and more, 21 syllable verses, up to 26 syllable verses. Now, if you have to do the same rhythm in the first, second, third, and fourth line, it takes some time. And there are so many grammatical rules to be followed. So at times, Srila Rupa Goswami would very spontaneously compose a verse. And at other times, at other times, he would ponder over the verse for days and days to find the word that can be put in that area, in that place, to keep the rhythm. And in this way, he was constantly absorbed in this beautiful compilation. So the Stavamala, and so he wrote so many things. He wrote isolated verses. He wrote sets of verses, which in Sanskrit usually are combined by 8. Ashta means 8. Ashtakams means It's a poetry with 8 different verses. There are dashakams with 10 different verses, and so on. So he had compiled so many things, and Srila Jiva Goswami gathered everything he could find, and he compiled it into a book which is called the Stavamala. It's a garland of verses, praises, glorifications of the Lord. So we'll be hearing from this. But any of the books that Srila Rupa Goswami wrote are fully poetical, including Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, the nectar of devotion. That is also very poetical. We'll hear a couple of verses from Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. Shri Upadeshamrita. Everybody knows Vacho Vegam Manasa Krodha Vegam. But do you know the last 3? Much longer. Longer verses. And then his dramas that he compiled. Yesterday we spoke that while he was traveling, when he went first time to Vrindavan, he got so much inspired to write about the pastimes of Krishna. And he started compiling the introductory verse to the Vidagdha Madhava, what will become this beautiful poetry and drama. So in all his writings, there are beautiful, beautiful verses. So let us continue, let us begin first. What we will do first is that we will have a little invocation for auspiciousness by singing a few verses which are not by Srila Rupa Goswami, but which are dedicated to him, by him, or which are a meditation, also a meditation that he compiled, a meditation on his Ishtadev. Anyone knows who is the Ishtadev of Srila Rupa Goswami? You say Govinda Dev, but that's what not is said. That's not what he says. Who is the Lord of Rupa? Who is the Lord of Rupa? Yes? Mahaprabhu. Yes. Oh, I think it has traveled. Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharye Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarye Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So we will first offer our obeisances to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in the words of Srila Rupa Goswami. Very famous verse which is found in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. Srila Rupa Goswami was requested to sing a praise of his worshipable Lord. And he was chastised for this in the end. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu chastised him. What are you saying? What are you saying? Anarpita charim chirat karunaya vatirna kalau samarpayitumunnato jvalarasam svabhakti shriyam Hari purata sundara jutikadamba sandipita Sada Hridaya Kandare Spuratuva Sachinandana Sachinandana. May you, the Supreme Lord, who is known as the son of Srimati Shachi Devi, be transcendently situated in the innermost core of our heart. Resplendent with the radiance of molten gold, you have descended in the age of Kali by your causeless mercy to bestow what no other incarnation has ever offered before, the most elevated mellow of devotional service, the mellow of conjugal love. Next is again a praise of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. This is from the Stavamala, Sri Chaitanya Ashtaka. There are three. Srila Rupa Goswami, or Jiva Goswami, has arranged things in the Stavamala in such a way that it begins with praises of Lord Chaitanya. Sureshanam durgam gatiratishayeno padishadam muninam sarvasvam pranatapatalinam madhurima veniryasa premno nikila pashupralambujadisham Shri Chaitanya kimme punarapidrishartasyati padam. Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is the protector of the demigods, the supreme goal of the Upanishads, the be-all and end-all of the great sages, the beautiful shelter of his devotees, and the essence of the love of the lotus-eyed gopis. Will he again be visible before the path of my eyes? This is an Ashtakam in the mood of separation of Lord Chaitanya. Let us offer our obeisances to Srila Rupa Goswami. Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Sayam Rupa Kadamaiham Dadati Swapadantikam Bhakti Purvaishita Tantu Rasam Pasyet Yadattadhi Tam Nomi Satatam Rupa Nama Priya Janare Adadanam Sridam Dantairidam Yache Punah Punaha Srimad Rupa Padam Bhoja Dhulishyam Janma Janmani. When will Srila Rupa Goswami Prabhupada, who has established within this material world the mission to fulfill the desire of Lord Chaitanya, give me shelter under his lotus feet? Though previous Mahajanas, such as Prahlad, Dhruva, and the Kumaras, have taken up the path of bhakti, now, by the mercy of Srila Rupa Goswami, one attains the intelligence to see bhakti in its complete rasa form. I constantly pay my obeisances to him who is very dear to the Lord. Taking a blade of grass between my teeth, I offer my obeisances again and again to Srila Rupa Goswami Pad. May I receive upon my head the dust of his lotus feet, life after life. A beautiful description of Srila Rupa Goswami, which is by Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami. Priya Swarupe, Dayita Swarupe, Prema Swarupe, Sahajabhirupe, Nijanurupe Prabhurekarupe Tatanarupe Swavilasarupe. It is a meditation on the word Rupa, because it is a meditation on Srila Rupa Goswami. Priya Swarupe, Dayita Swarupe. Indeed, Srila Rupa Goswami, whose dear friend was Swarup Damodar, was the exact replica of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and he was very, very dear to the Lord. Being the embodiment of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's ecstatic love, Rupa Goswami was naturally very beautiful. He very carefully followed the principles enunciated by the Lord, and he was a competent person to explain properly the pastimes of Lord Krishna. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu expanded his mercy to Srila Rupa Goswami, just so he could render service by writing transcendental literatures. Vrindavaniyam rasakeli vartam kalena luptam nija shakti mutkaha sancharya rupe vyatanot punasa prabhur vidhau pragivaloka shrishtim. Before the creation of this cosmic manifestation, the Lord enlightened the heart of Lord Brahma with the details of the creation and manifested the Vedic knowledge. In exactly the same way, the Lord, being anxious to revive the Vrindavan pastimes of Lord Krishna, impregnated the heart of Rupa Goswami with spiritual potency. By this potency, Srila Rupa Goswami could revive the activities of Krishna in Vrindavan, activities almost lost to memory. In this way, he spread Krishna consciousness throughout the world. A prayer found in Bhakti Ratnakar. If Sri Rupa did not appear in Kali Yuga, who would distribute love of Krishna throughout the world? Who would renounce all pleasures, worship Vrindavan, and discuss the books of the Bhakti path? Who could have understood the pastimes of Krishna in Vrindavan, and who could experience the love of Sri Radha and Sri Krishna without the mercy of Sri Rupa? O tongue, always sing the name of Sri Rupa. O mind, always remember Sri Rupa, the personification of kindness. O head, always bow to Sri Radhika, the embodiment of mercy. We will end our invocation with a few words from Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, which he spoke shortly before leaving this world. With great enthusiasm, preach the words of Sri Rupa Raghunath to everyone. Our ultimately desirable object is to become the dust at the lotus feet of the followers of Sri Rupa. We have no other desire at all. These are our only words. Adadana strinam dantairidam yache punah punaha Srimad Rupa padam bhoja dhulisyam janma janmani. Taking a blade of grass between my teeth, I fall down again and again and pray that I may become the dust at the feet of Srimad Rupa, birth after birth. May all of you, by the earnest pursuance of Sri Rupa's followers, preach the words of Sri Rupa Raghunath in a fearless voice with supreme enthusiasm. We will begin our recitation with first a praise of the holy name of the Lord. This is the Nam Ashtaka. The Nam Ashtaka, which Srila Rupa Goswami wrote. It is a particular composition in the sense that, as we already initiated you in the beginning, with the idea of the verses being very equally composed, usually in one Ashtakam, which is a set of 8 verses, all the meter will be constant. They will all have the same meter. But in this particular Ashtakam, practically each verse is different. So when we try to read it, we are at loss. What to do, what to do? So let us hear. First we will, you can taste the beauty of the composition, and then we will hear the translation. Nikhila Shrutimali Ratamala Jyotinirajita Pada Pankajanta Yimukta Kulerupasyamanam Paritastvam Harinama Samsayami Janamadheya Munivrindageya He Janaranjanaya Paramakshara Krite Tvamanadaradapi managudiritam nikhilogratāpapatalim vilumpasi yada bhasopyudhyam kavalita bhavadvanta vibhavo drisham tatbandhanam apidishati bhakti pranayane janastasyo dattam jagati bhagavan namatarane Kritite nirvaktum kahiha mahimanam prabhavati yad brahma sakshat kriti nishtayapi vinasamayati vinana bhogai apaiti nama spuranena tatte prarabdha karmeti viroti vedaha agadamana yashoda nandano nandasuno kamalana Tvayi mamarati rucher vardatam namadeya Vacham vachakamichudeti bhavato namaswarupadvayam Purvasmat parameva hanta karunam tatrapi janimahe Yastasmin vihita paradhaniva prani samantad bhavet Asyenedamupasya sopi sadanandam buddhau majjati Sudita shita janarti rashaye ramya chid ghana sukha swarupire Nama gokula mahotsavayate Krishna purna vapushe namo namah Narada vino jivana sudharmi niryasa madhuri pura Tvam Krishna Nama Kamam Spuramera Sanera Sena Sada Spuramera Sanera Sena Sada Narada Vino Jivana. So this is the beautiful Nam Ashtaka. Oh Harinam. This first verse specifically can be used when we are struggling in the japa. Harinam samsrayami means I fully surrender to the holy name of the Lord. Very often I recite this verse when I'm chanting, and somehow the concentration is not coming. Oh Harinam, the tips of the toes of your lotus feet. Remember, the holy name is Krishna himself. The tips of the toes of your lotus feet are constantly being worshipped by the glowing radiance emanating from the strings of gems known as the Upanishads, the crown jewels of all the Vedas. You are eternally adored by liberated souls such as Narada and Shukadev. O Harinam, I take complete shelter of you. Then the glories of the holy name are being chanted. O Harinam, O name sung by the sages, Muni Vrinda Geya He, O transcendental syllables that bring bliss to the people. Even if you are spoken only once, and even if you are spoken disrespectfully, you at once remove the many harsh sufferings of everyone. This is the mercy of the holy name. Spoken only once, it will remove all suffering. It is the beginning of transcendental life. Even if one takes the holy name in a disrespectful way, how merciful. The holy name, as we know, is the mercy form of the Lord. Then we hear, O Son of the holy name, even the dim light of your early dawn gives the sight of pure devotion to they who are blind to the truth. What learned person in this world is able to describe your transcendental glory? So, as we chant the holy name, you know, there are different stages of the chanting. And in the beginning, we are, chanting, making so many offenses that the influence of the name is kind of fenced off, and we are not able to taste. But as we try and endeavor to concentrate, then so much mercy descends. The Vedas declare that although meditation on impersonal Brahman cannot find freedom from past karma, O holy name, your appearance at once makes all karma disappear. Now this is the foundation for the success of the Hare Krishna movement all over the world. And very powerful. We can eliminate our karmas in different ways. As we know, there is the Karma Kanda section of the Vedas, which gives us some means to get rid of the reactions of our sinful activities. And then there is the Gyan Marg, which allows us to purify the mind. But we are taught that the Gyan Marg does not purify the ego. It does not reveal the real ego. The Bhakti Marg is the most transcendental marg because it establishes us in our transcendental, eternal position. It gives us our real identity. So the Bhakti Marg is the marg headed by the chanting of the holy name, Harinam Sankirtan, which is going to eradicate everything, all the karmas. And the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Srila Rupa Gosvami explains there are different kinds of karmas. Karma means reaction to the action, or that can be eliminated by some purificatory processes. But then there are the aprarabdha karma, all the sinful activities which are accumulated in our subtle body. This can only be purified by higher methods such as Gyan and yoga, meditation, Ashtanga yoga. They will purify the mind, the aprarabdha karma. But there is one kind of karma which cannot be eradicated. It is called prarabdha. Prarabdha is the reactions which are already manifested. We have taken birth in a particular type of body. Suppose you have taken birth with only one leg. You will not get it by chanting Hare Krishna. That prarabdha karma is very difficult to eradicate. However, it is written here, prarabdha karmeti viroti vedaha. that the holy name eradicates even the prarabdha karma. The meaning of this, which is understood, is that it takes away the disqualifications that are acquired by birth. The body may not change, but the disqualification which has come with the body is eliminated by pure chanting of the holy name of the Lord. How beautiful. So this is the immense power of the holy name. Then, more praise of the holy name. O holy name, I pray that my love for you in your many forms, such as Agadamana Yashoda Nandano Nandashuno Kamalanayana Gopi Chandra Vrindavanendra. Your many names such as Agadamana, the crusher, the destroyer of Agasur, Yashoda Nandana, the son of Yashoda, Nandasunu, the son of Nanda, Kamalanayana, lotus-eyed one, Gopi Chandra, the moon of the gopis, Vrindavanendra, the king of Vrindavan, Pranata Karuna, the one who is merciful to the surrendered soul, and Krishna. I pray that my love for you in these many forms may greatly increase. So this is our prayer to the holy name, that it may, the chanting of the holy name may increase our love for the Lord. O holy name, you are manifest in two forms. Vacham vachakam ityudeti bhavato. Vacham vachaka. Number one, you are manifest as the Supreme Person described by the holy name. Krishna. The holy name is describing, any name, any word is describing an object or an idea. So the word Krishna actually describes the beautiful Tribhangi Krishna. So here, the Vacham. Vacham is the object which is described by the word. So this refers to actually the form of the Lord, and in this world we can take it as the Archa Vigraha. This is the form of the Lord. When we say Krishna, we think of Shyama Sundar on the altar. So this is the form of the Lord. And then number two, the holy name is manifest as the Supreme Person described by the holy name. And secondly, the holy name is manifest as the sound vibration of the holy name. So there is the form of the Lord, and there is the sound that we can hear. Krishna. What is this sound in the background here? I'm hearing. I didn't ask for this. We know that the second form is more merciful than the first. Which is the second form? The sound vibration. The sound vibration is more merciful than the first. Even a person who commits many offenses to the first form, which is the Archa Vigraha, may become always plunged into an ocean of bliss by serving the second with his voice. So this is taught in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu as well, that the offenses that we perform in worshipping the deity can all be destroyed by Harinam. Therefore, the sound vibration, the mantra murti, is more merciful. It is the most merciful form of the Lord. Last two verses. O name that destroys the many sufferings of they who take shelter of you. O name that is the form of delightful and intense spiritual bliss. O name that is a festival of happiness for Gokul. O perfect and complete holy name of the Lord, I bow down and offer my respect to you. I bow down and offer my respects to you. O life of Narada's Veena, O flood of the waves of sweet nectar, O holy name of Lord Krishna, please sweetly appear on my tongue. Hari Hari. So this is a very beautiful prayer to the holy name that you may want to learn and sing. It is very effective. When the mind wanders, immediately we can sing, especially the first verse. I surrender, O holy name who is praised by the Upanishads. I fully surrender unto you. You just sing that verse and then continue chanting. Very beautiful. All right. Let us see for another beautiful work here. Okay. This one we will take is very, very beautiful. This is called Sri Keshava Ashtaka. Keshava refers to Lord Krishna, whose hair and entire body have become whitish, being covered by the dust of Braj. When Krishna goes to to the pastures, taking the cows with him, in the process the cows are running and they are making the dust of Vrindavan fly into the air, into the sky. And then it slowly, slowly comes down. And it lands on the beautiful hair, face and limbs of Sri Krishna. It is said that as Krishna returns in the evening to the village of Raj, he tries to shake off the dust from his hair, his beautiful blackish locks of hair. But he is unsuccessful because a lot of dust has accumulated. So at that time he is described as Keshava. Kesh is the hair, the beautiful hair of Krishna. So here we hear of the pastimes of Krishna as he roams in the forest of Vrindavan. And for this one, we will ask you to sing with us, especially the last line. This is a very even composition, so it is easy to sing. Nava Priyakamanjari Rachita Karnapurasriyam Vinindrataramalati Kalita Shekarena Uchvalam Darochasita Yutika Gratita Valguvai Kakshakam Vraje Vijayanam Bhaje Vipina Deshata Keshavam Pishangi Manikastani Pranata Shringi Pingekshane Mridanga Mukhi Dhumale Shavali Hamsi Vamsi Priye Iti Swasura Bhikulam Taralam Avayantam Muda Vraje Vijayanam Bhaje Vipina Deshata Keshavam. I worship Lord Keshava. Coming back from the forest of Braj, he wears Priyaka flower earrings, a crown of fully blossomed malati flowers, and a brahmana thread of small charming jasmine flowers. I worship Lord Keshava. Coming back from the forest of Braj, he happily calls his trained Surabhi cows, Pishangi, Marikastani, Pranata Shringi, Pingekshana, Mridanga Mukhi, Dhumala Shabali Hamsi Vamshi Priya. Ghara pranaya meduran madur narma goshti kala vilasa nilayan milad vividha vesha vidyotina sakhena khila saraya patishu hasayantam gira vraje vijayanam bhaje vipina deshata keshavam Shramam Vukanikavali Daravili Gandantaram Samudhagiridhatu Bilikita Charupatram Kuram Udan Chadali Mandali Duti Vidambi Vakralakam Vraje Vijayanam Bhaje Vipina Deshata Keshavam. I worship Lord Keshava. Coming back from the forest on the pathways of Braj, with the best of words he makes his splendidly dressed and affectionate friends, who are all expert at the art of pleasant jokes, smile and laugh. I worship Lord Keshava. Coming back from the forest of Braj, his cheeks are licked by a stream of perspiration. He is decorated with pictures drawn in mineral colors from the hill, and his curling locks of hair deride the splendor of a swarm of black bees. Nibandhanavatarnaka valivilokanotkantayam Nathan kuraputanchale lagubhirbhuvam bhindatim Kalena dhavala ghatam lagunivathayantam puro Vraje vijayanam bhaje vipina deshata keshavam Padam katati virvaram virachayantam advashiyam Chalan taralanai chiki nichaya dhuli dhumrasrajam Malulahari chanchali krita dukula churdanchalam Vraje vijayanam bhaje vipina deshata keshavam. I worship Lord Keshava. Coming back from the forest of Braj, his cheeks are licked. Oh, sorry, I think I missed it. Yes. I worship Lord Keshava. Coming back from the forest of Braj, with the sweet sound of his flute, he calls the Surabhi cows, who, eager to see their young calves, break the ground with their heavy dancing hooves. I worship Lord Keshava. Coming back from the forest of Raj, he beautifies the path with his footprints. He wears a garland of dust raised by the wandering cows, and his garments and peacock feather move with the waves of the wind. Vilasa murali kaladhvani birullasan manasa Kshanada kila ballavi pulakayanta mantar grihe Muhur vidadatam hridi pramuditam cha goshteshwarim Vraje vijayanam bhaje vipina deshata keshavam. I worship Lord Keshava. Coming back from the forest of Braj, with the playful and sweet music of his flute, he delights the heart of Raja's queen and makes all the gopis in their homes happy at heart. He makes the hairs of their bodies stand erect with joy. Upe chapati sundari tati virabhyarchitam smitang kurakaram vitarnathadapanga bhangi shatai sthana stavaka sancharan nayana chanchari kanchalam vraje vijayanam bhaje vipina deshata keshavam. I worship Lord Keshava. Coming back from the forest of Vraja, he is worshipped by the gopis, who mount the roofs of their palaces and meet him on the path with 100 manners of dancing glances and gentle smiles. The corners of his eyes wander like large black bees around the gopis' breasts. Idam nikhila ballavi kulamahotsava losanam kramerna kilaya puman patati sushtupadyashtakam tamujvaladhiyam sada nijapadara vindadvaye ratim dadhada chanchalam sukayata vishaka sakha. Now this is the Palastuti, the benediction for singing this Ashtakam. May Vishaka's friend Krishna give transcendental happiness and unwavering love for his lotus feet to the splendidly intelligent person who attentively reads these 8 verses, which are a glorious festival for all the gopis. Are we happy? So this is the benediction. In other words, when we hear, we said, we call this session outpourings of devotion. The Goswami is pouring out his devotion to Krishna. And as we hear the recitations, if we are in a positive mood, we are open to a new experience. We can get glimpses in our heart of the beauty of Krishna. We can get glimpses of attraction to Krishna because these words are produced directly from the heart of the Goswami, who is full of love for Krishna. This beautiful Keshavashtaka is actually a meditation on the Gocharan pastimes of Krishna in the land of Vrindavan. And it is particularly relevant to the 15th chapter of Srimad Bhagavatam, of the 10th canto, where Krishna goes out into the forests. He plays with his friends, he jokes with his friends, he wrestles with his friends, he calls his cows by various names. We have seen the names of the cows here. Pishangi, Manikastani, Pranata Shringi. These are all different names of the cows of Krishna. Krishna goes out with 9 lakhs of cows. And they are all actually going by various categories, which are based on their bodily features mostly. There are various colors. There are white cows. There are brownish cows, yellowish cows, blackish cows, grayish cows. So all of them form different groups. Krishna calls all the white cows, they all come together. Then he calls all the brown cows, and they all come together. Then there are different other kinds of cows, the ones that are spotted, you know. They have small, small spots everywhere. They are neither white nor grey nor anything. They just have spots everywhere. So they are also a group of cows. Then there are the cows that have big, big patches of different colors. White and black, or grey and white, or brown and black. So many different types of colors. And then there are the cows that are distinguished by their horns. Mm. Some are very tall horns. Some have very pointed horns. Prabhupada said if you see a cow with the horns in the front like this, what you do? You run. And then there is the Pranata Shringi. Pranata Shringi. Shringa is the horn. And Pranata means when you pay obeisances. The Pranata Shringi, their horns go down like that. Pranata Shringi. So, what would be a name for the black cows? Sham. Shavali, Shami. Yes. Sham. We call them Shama. Shama is the black cow. Or another name for a black cow? Dark color? Kala. Kali. 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 Yamuna. Ganga. Ganga would be which kind of cow? White. Shweta Ganga. The white cow. Pili. That is a yellow cow. So in this way, Krishna, it is said, he has a mala with 108 different names of his cows, and he calls them. When he returns, and in the end of the Ashtaka, it says that how it describes Keshava as he returns in the evening, fully covered with the dust of Braj. This is such a beautiful description here. If you follow very carefully, you can see he's playing the flute, he's returning, and he's playing the flute, and the inhabitants of the village of Braj, they are waiting for him from the far distance. They are hearing the flute, and their heart begins being filled with immense joy. Krishna is returning, and he meets the queen of Braj, Yashoda. But before that, as he enters the village, he meets the young gopis. It is said here, coming back from the forest of Raj, he is worshipped by the gopis, who mount the roofs of their palaces and meet him on the path with 100 manners of dancing glances. So if you read the 15th chapter of the Srimad Bhagavatam, 10th canto, you will see the beautiful exchanges of glances between Krishna and the young gopis as he enters the forest of Vrindavan. So this is a meditation on this pastime. Hari Hari. All right, we are going to have now a meditation on some specific verses that Rupa Goswami has written. Some of them are from Stavamala, some of them appear in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. Many of the verses of Srila Rupa Goswami are quoted in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. And in fact, many of the verses of the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu are quoted in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. So there are different forms of poetry that also define in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. One form is praise of the Lord. This is what we have heard, a praise of the holy name, a praise of Lord Keshava. But there are other types of prayers. And some prayers are the prayers of the sadhakas, who are lamenting their own condition. There are prayers which are revealing the heart to Krishna and begging for his mercy, for spiritual advancement. There are prayers expressing separation from the Lord. So we are now going to hear something which is from the Madhya Leelas, Chaitanya Charitamrita, chapter 22, verse 16. This verse appears in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. It is a prayer of the devotee who has had enough. Do we feel like that sometimes? I had enough! But usually we don't really have enough. We still want a little bit more. So for many lifetimes, this is the verse, for many lifetimes we are actually driven by material desires. Kama, lust. We are driven by that. And you know how it goes? Beautiful love story. The boy and the girl meet under the full moonlight. And it's so beautiful. And then after 6 months, katham. It is all finished. And then, what do we say at that time? The conditioned soul says, I had enough! Never again! Unfortunately, 3 weeks later, it starts again. Another desire, another attraction. Again and again, kamadi. Headed by lust, the lusty desires, lust, greed, eating up our heart and keeping us away from the lotus feet of Sri Krishna. So this is a prayer here which is very wonderful. When we are tortured by some material desires, we are just somehow, some little lingering is there in the back of the mind. And we are trying to tell the mind, come on, I've seen this already 1008 multiplied by 10 billion times. I don't want to see it anymore. So this is the beautiful prayer here. Oh my Lord, there is no limit, actually. There is no limit to the unwanted orders of lusty desires. So you know, the lust and greed, they are like a commander. They are giving us orders. Do this, do that. Smile over there. Look over there. Take this, take that. So there is no limit to the unwanted orders of lusty desires. Although I have rendered these desires so much service, every time they said, do this, do that, do this, go there, eat this, take that, see that, touch it. Every time I said, yes, your servant. I did it. But even though I have rendered these desires so much service, they have not shown any mercy to me. Usually when you serve a master, the master becomes merciful. One of the mercies is that he alleviates your work, makes it easy for you. But lusty desires, Prabhupada said, they are just like a fire. The more you satisfy them, the more the fire grows. It is never extinguished. So here he says, these lusty desires, even though I have served them life after life, they have not shown me any mercy. I have not been ashamed to serve them in the daylight, in front of everyone. I have manifested my lust, my greed, nor have I even desired to give them up. Oh, I have clung on to them very dearly. It is my desire. Oh, my Lord, O head of the Yadu dynasty, recently, however, my intelligence has been awakened. How does the intelligence awaken? Some special mercy. It awakens by hearing. It awakens by the association of those devotees who are free. The My intelligence has been awakened, and now I am giving them up. Due to transcendental intelligence, I refuse to obey the unwanted orders of these desires. And I come to you to surrender myself at your fearless lotus feet. Kindly engage me in your personal service and save me. So this is a prayer from deep the corner of the heart, because we know how difficult it is to resist the temptations of the material world. And there is only one solution. It is to surrender at the lotus feet of Krishna. And that surrender means to take up his service. What kind of service? Not general service, it's personal service. What is personal service? It is devotional service. Not Manav Seva, Madhav Seva, not that one. Personal service to Krishna. Let me cook for Krishna. Let me offer arti to Krishna. Let me sing for Krishna. Let me hear about Krishna. Let me remember Krishna. Let me perform the parikrama of Vrindavan. So, engagement in the direct service of the Lord. This is the only thing that will save us. Kamadinam katina katidha palita durnideshas tesham jata mayina karuna natrapano pashanti utsrijeta natayadupate sampratam lapta buddhis tvamayata sharanamabhayam mam niyungshvatmadasye. Do you understand by the flow of the Sanskrit that this is a very intense prayer? It's a very intense prayer. It's a taking shelter of the Lord. Kamadinam katina katidha palitas dunideshas tesham jata mayina karuna natrapano pashanti utsrijetanatayadupate sampratam labda buddhis tvamayata sharanamabhayam mam niyungshvatmadasye. Hari Hari. Now we are going to turn a little bit to the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. In the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, we are going to a very beautiful prayer, which is in chapter 18. Chapter 18 describes 9 reliable symptoms of somebody who is experiencing ecstatic love, or bhava, which is the perfectional stage, the beginning of the perfectional stage of Krishna Bhakti. So there are 9 symptoms. The Prabhupada has listed avyarta kalatvam, which means one will not waste any time, because one is fully aware of how little time there is in the human life, and also because one is, secondly here it says, very eager to meet Krishna. There is perseverance, which is called kshanti. There is detachment, which is called virakti. There is pridelessness, or manashunyata. There is eagerness, samutkantha. And then there is one that we are going to hear of, very beautifully written by Srila Rupa Goswami. It is called by Srila Prabhupada in the Nectar of Devotion, great hope. Great hope. In Sanskrit it says Asha Bandha. Asha Bandha. Prabhupada says the strong conviction that one will certainly receive the favor of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is required. In Krishna Bhakti we have to have that conviction. We have to have that faith and we have to have that conviction. Because sometimes there are so many obstacles on the path of devotional service. So we have to have that conviction that no. Krishna will. He is so merciful. He will be merciful unto me. And this conviction is more and more necessary as one progresses in Krishna Bhakti and one becomes so eager to realize the Lord, so eager to meet with the Lord. At our state of devotional service, we haven't even understood that Krishna is a person. What to speak of wanting to meet him? We are a bit dull in consciousness. But when we somehow meditate on Krishna and we understand, we get a little mercy, we understand he is right here near me. He's right here. As soon as I say Krishna is right here, because he's non-different from his name. So then when we realize this, then we are so eager to serve him. We are so eager to be with him. And service is our relationship with him. So we are hoping, hope against hope, Srila Prabhupada said. We are hoping to somehow attain the Lord. Attain the Lord by developing our love for him. But at the same time, Prabhupada said, the strong conviction that one will certainly receive the favor of the Supreme Lord is called Asha Bandha. Asha Bandha means to continue to think, because I am trying my best to follow the routine principles of devotional service, I am sure that I will go back to Godhead, back to home. But at the same time, what is our qualification to attain this mercy? We want the mercy of the Lord. So on one hand, we feel very excited. Yes, we want the mercy of the Lord, we want the mercy of the Lord. But then at every step you stumble. There is that day when you didn't wake up. There is that other day when you forgot something. And there is that other day when you offended a devotee and it's like, oh, it's so hopeless. How will I ever attain Krishna? Krishna is merciful, but I am so disqualified. So there is at the stage of bhava, there is some kind of dichotomy between this, the hope to attain Krishna, and the awful realization of how disqualified I am. So there is a mixture. Asha Bandha is a mixture of hopelessness. There is an experience of hopelessness, and Asha Bandha means, but at the same time, there is an indestructible hope which is there in the heart. And that hope is there because of faith in Krishna. And faith in the nature of Krishna. What is his nature? Mercy. Is all merciful. So let us hear this beautiful verse here. Then we will read the translation. Na prema shravanadi bhakti rapiva yogothava vaishnava jnanam vashubhakarma vakiyadaho sajjatirapyastiva hinarthadika sadhake tayitatha Pyachedya mula sati He gopi janavallabha vyatayate Ha ha madashaiva mam He gopi janavallabha vyatayate Ha ha madashaiva mam. So here, Srila Rupa Goswami writes, "O my Lord, hey Gopi Janavallabha." He's observing himself and he says, "Na prema," meaning, I do not have any love for you. I have the desire to go back to Godhead and be with you. What is required to go back to Godhead? Prema. We must love the Lord. Then only He will open the door. As long as there is in our hearts some kind of envy, the door will never open. So, unfortunately, this prema, this intense love and affection for the Lord, I don't have. I have not advanced that much. I have not realized my love for the Lord. It is not there. So then, next best, Shravan, Adi. If you don't have prema, at least you should practice. You should practice. You should do your sadhana bhakti. Shravan, Adi. I mean beginning. Shravanam, Kirtanam, Smaranam, Vishnu. Pada Sevanam, Archanam, Vandanam, Dasyam. This is the practice of bhakti. But what does he say here? Nor am I qualified for discharging devotional service by chanting and hearing. Means when it comes to my sadhana, it's so-so. So-so. How will prema be achieved? By intense sadhana. Of course, it will also take the mercy of the Lord, but at least there should be a good sadhana. So I said, number one, I don't have the ultimate love that I have not achieved. And I cannot even practice bhakti properly so that I will achieve it. That is quite a despair. Then he says, Yogo Thava Vaishnavo. Nor do I possess the mystic power of a Vaishnava. So I am not even somebody who is able to practice yoga. Not possible for me. Then he says, Jnanam va. He's going down through the different stages. Best is to be in love with Krishna. Second is to be a bhakti sadhaka. Third is to be somehow a worshipper of the Lord. And next is to be a jnani. But I don't even have knowledge. I don't have. Knowledge means you have to be very intelligent. I was born without there is no brain substance inside. A pea brain, you say, pea brain. I was born with a pea brain. For me, the path of jnana, understanding, philosophy, by which the mind becomes fixed, by which one becomes detached, that's not for me. I cannot practice the path of jnana. Then, next is at least you should be a pious person. Piety may not give bhakti, but piety is favorable. But he says, Shubha karma, va means also not. I am not a pious person. Pious activities. I'm not inclined. I'm not that kind of person. I don't perform pious activities. I'm not a pious person. And the proof for it is Sat jatir api asti va. Sat jati. I was not even born in a good family. Those who are pious, they take birth in a very good, aristocratic, or gentle, or spiritual family. Looking at my birth, I understand what could have I done in my previous life to end up taking birth in that family. So I understand neither I'm pious in this life, nor I was pious in my previous life. Now I start crying. What do I have, to trade with the Lord? There is nothing. There is nothing on my side. I am nothing. I have no qualification. So the Bhava Bhakta, understand, very advanced devotee. This is a description of the devotee in Bhava Bhakti. It enters a complete despair with a totally tortured heart. He feels so much pain because he has so much desire to attain the Lord. And at the same time, he sees only faults in his own self. So he is drowning in despair. But then, hinarthadika sadhake tvayitatha pyacheda mula sati he gopi jana vallabha vyatayate ha ha madashaiva mam. Where is my asha? Where is my asha? On the whole, I do not possess anything. Still, O beloved of the gopis, because you bestow your mercy on the most fallen. So this is what I have heard. Hinarthadika sadhake. You are merciful to the most fallen. That's me. This is the reputation of the Lord. That is hinarthadika. Those who are very hina, very low, very fallen, the Lord takes pity on them. It's very merciful. He knows you are merciful to the struggler. Some people very easy. Every morning, tick, they wake up 2 o'clock, start chanting. And then they read the whole day, and then they do some service favorably, and they seem to be just programmed for pure bhakti. And then some others is like, the clock is ringing, ring, ring. And then there is, what do you call it, snooze. Ring, ring, then ring, ring, then ring, ring, until the battery is finished. So this is the struggler. Wants to be a devotee, but somehow the nature is not conducive, somehow the mind is rebelling somehow. But then I have heard that you are most merciful to the struggler. Therefore, I have an unbreakable hope which is constantly in my heart. Then I have hope. I have so much hope. So now the devotee in Bhava is in total despair. And then suddenly he remembers the Lord. So merciful, so merciful. Then the hope grows in his heart. Yes, yes, I will achieve you by your mercy. But then it says that hope is always giving me pain. Because I have that hope. And then again I look at myself and it's not matching. So the devotee is going between this heavy despair and these bursts of intense hope, hopefulness, we could say. Very hopeful. So this is the life. We see the life. We heard Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in the Gambhira banging his head against the walls. The life of the advanced devotee is very intense. It is between great hope and complete hopelessness. So this is an expression here, which is right there in the Nectar of Devotion. Hari Hari. Another verse which is very similar, this is found in the Stavamala. Prachinanam bhajanamatulam dushkaram srinvato me neryasena jvalatiridayam bhaktileshalasasya vishwadrichim agarahara tava karnyakaronya vichim ashabindhukshitamidam upetyantare hanta shaitam. I am very weak and lazy to do even the smallest devotional service. And so, This is my condition. What's my condition? Weak and lazy when it comes to devotional service. Otherwise, when some material activity comes, I'm very excited. I run. But when there is some devotional service to do, oh, that I'm weak today. I feel weak. I feel very weak. And I am lazy to do even the smallest devotional service. So when I hear of the peerless and difficult to perform services performed by the great devotees in ancient times, my heart burns with despair. Because we read in Srimad Bhagavatam, what did the devotees do to gain Krishna? So much austerities, so much intense service. And when it comes to me, I can't do it. I cannot chant so many rounds. I cannot do so many fasts. I cannot do so many parikramas. I just can't do it. So if what the previous great devotees have done is the standard to attain Krishna, I will never attain Krishna. Because I cannot do that. I cannot do it. So this is the despair part. But then, similar to the previous verse, O Lord, O killer of Aghasur, when I hear that your waves of mercy splash everyone, from the demigod Brahma down to the most insignificant creature, then my heart becomes sprinkled with a cooling drop of hope. So the secret of life in devotional service, as we understand it in these verses, is to meditate on Krishna and on Krishna's qualities, and Krishna's mercy. Many times in devotional service we enter phases of despair, discouragement. We see that we are not advancing. But when this despair occurs, we should see where is our meditation. And in general, our meditation is on ourselves. We look at ourselves, we stay within our own mind, we observe our own anarthas, then we become so much distressed. And if we are not careful, this can be very dangerous for us. We can lose faith altogether. We can lose our faith. That where am I? There is no progress for the last 20 years. What to speak of the last 2 years? There is no progress. So, but this meditation on our own self is not the way to go. It may be useful sometimes to do some introspection, but it cannot be introspection alone. The object of our meditation is Krishna. As soon as we submit ourselves to the process of hearing, as soon as we read about Krishna's merciful nature, as soon as we associate with devotees, immediately the hope returns. The spiritual energy returns. All right? We'll hear one more verse, and then I think we will, it will be time for Dravida Prabhu. Now this is a meditation on Krishna, but this is also from the Nectar of Devotion, and this time it is from the 13th chapter. 13th chapter of the Nectar of Devotion describes the 5 most potent forms of devotional service. And so Srila Rupa Goswami has compiled a beautiful verse for each of the 5 forms of devotional service, which is like the chanting of the holy name. Most potent. In which way are these 5 forms of devotional service potent? Is that they have the power to awaken bhava, which is the advanced stage of devotional service, they have the power to awaken bhava even in a neophyte. They can give a taste of transcendence even to a neophyte. So the chanting of the holy name, the reading of Srimad Bhagavatam, the association of devotees, living in the dham, visiting the dham, such a wonderful experience. And then the darshan of the deity, of the Lord. These 5, they have very special power. They can put us in ecstasy, and they do. So the idea is that what should we do? We should practice these 5 forms of devotional service. We should concentrate on these, because these are the most potent forms of devotional service. We should chant, we should read the Bhagavatam, we should live in the dham, either physically or mentally. We should associate with the devotees. And we should worship the deity of the Lord. We should take darshan of the deity. Very powerful. But the way that Rupa Goswami is actually telling us, when it comes, we are going to hear about the power of seeing the Lord. Instead of telling us, go and see the Lord, he tells us, don't go. Don't go. Like when you want children to stop doing something or do something. If you want them to go somewhere, you tell them, don't go there. Then certainly they will go. Srila Prabhupada says, Srila Rupa Goswami, he has given some metaphorical analogy that indirectly condemns the association of materialistic society, friendship, and love. People are generally attracted to society, friendship, and love, and they make elaborate arrangements and strong endeavors to develop these material contaminations. But to see the Sri Murti of Radha and Krishna is to forget such endeavors for material association. Rupa Goswami composed this verse in such a way that he has seemingly praised the material association of friendship and love and condemned the audience of Sri Murti or Govinda. This metaphorical analogy is constructed in such a way that things which seem to be praised are condemned, and things which are to be condemned are praised. The actual import of the verse is that one must see the form of Govinda if one at all wants to forget the nonsense of material friendship, love, and society. So let us hear here. Smeram bhangi. You know of bhangi? It's not the toilet cleaner. It is bhangi. What is bhangi? Bhangitraya. 3 bhangi. Krishna bent in 3 places. 3 bhangi. And smeram means beautiful smile. Smeram bhangi. Smeram bhangi traya parichitam sachivistirna drishtim vamsinyastam harakisharayam ujvalam chandrakela govindakhyam haritanumita keshitirthopakanthe ma prekshishtas tavayari sakhe bandhu sanghe stiranga bandhu sanghe stiranga My dear friend, if you are indeed attached to your worldly friends, do not look at the smiling face of Govinda. Are you attached to your friends? Oh, somebody says no. Only one person. My dear friend, if you are indeed attached to your worldly friends, do not look at the smiling face of Govinda as he stands on the bank of the Yamuna at Keshighat, casting sidelong glances. He places his flute to his lips, which seem like newly blossomed twigs. His transcendental body, bending in 3 places, appears very bright in the moonlight. My dear friend, do not look at him. This is what he says. And sometimes we elaborate in this verse, we say, do not go to Vrindavan. For you it's too late, you're already here. But this is the recommendation. Do not go to Vrindavan, very terrible place. What will happen there? You know what they say on the t-shirt? I lost my heart in Vrindavan. So be careful. Do not go to Vrindavan. And in case if you plan to go to Vrindavan, don't go in the month of Kartik. So far you are saved. Do not go in the month of Kartik. And if by chance you have to go in the month of Kartik, like this is the only time you got leaves from your job, don't go on the first day, like, you know, the Purnima. Don't go on the Purnima day. That's very dangerous. Now, if by chance, by mistake, you end up there on the Purnima day, don't go to Keshighat. Don't go to Keshighat on the bank of the Yamuna, because there he is standing in his Tribhanga form. His face is shining in the moonlight, and he's smiling. And if you see him, all your attachment will be finished. Hari Hari. So these are some jewels from the nectar of devotion. Let me ask, it is 6 o'clock past, who is managing the online? Is Dravida Prabhu coming online? Who is managing this? Is Dravida Prabhu online? Yes or no? He is not online. Can somebody call him? Who is in touch with him? Atmaram Prabhu, are you the one who is in touch with him? Sorry?
Divyanbar Mataji is online, but Dravida is not.
Can you call him, please?
We don't have his, no, I have his. You have his phone number? Balaji is calling.
Divyambara is online?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe we can have Divyambara. Can you put Divyambara online? Is she there or just logged in? but is she there? She's here?
She's saying she needs a few more minutes to connect through the computer.
Is it happening or not?
She said she needs few minutes to connect through the computer.
All right. And Prabhu, Dheeraj? Dravid on call. Talk to him. Okay. So between we are. Let me see. We'll do one more thing before we hear from Dravida Prabhu or Divyambara.
And the verse 1 is also verse 1. You sent me verse 1.
This is a little long.
No, there was one more.
Okay, we'll do a verse. Another verse. Should we do another verse or should we do an Ashtaka? Let me see. Okay, we'll hear a beautiful Ashtaka. Are we? Yes?
Which one?
I don't put it somehow. This is, Dravida Prabhu is today, will be presenting the Pratama Kunja Bihari Ashtakam, beautiful description of Krishna in the Kunjas of Vrindavan. Srila Rupa Gosvami has written 2 Kunja Bihari Ashtakam, so we will hear the second one. This is very, very sweet. This is in the mood of Madhurya. Aviratarati bandhu smerata bandhurasi kavalita iva radha panga bhangi tarangai mudita vadana chandras chandraka pidadhari mudira madhura kantir bhati kunja bihari Tata Sushira Gananam Nadamanata Bhajam Janayati Taruninam Mandale Manditanam Tata Bhuvi Nataraja Kridaya Bhanuputrya Vidadhada Tulachari Bhati Kunjari Hari. Lord Krishna is very beautiful. Now you have to think of Krishna. Lord Krishna is very beautiful. His face always graced by charming, amorous smiles. He looks as if he is being devoured by the waves of Radha's sidelong glances. His jubilant face resembles the moon. His head is decorated with a peacock feather, and his complexion is as charming as a monsoon cloud. In this way, the Lord shines with great splendor as he enjoys pastimes in the forest of Vrindavan. Encircled by beautifully attired gopis on the Yamuna shore, Krishna has them begin playing orchestral music on wind instruments, string instruments, and drums. Then that king of dancers gracefully dances in their midst. In this way, the Lord shines with great splendor as he enjoys pastimes in the groves of Vrindavan. Shikhini kalita shataje kokile panchamadhe swayamapi navavam shoddamayam gramamukyam dhritamrigamada gandha sushtu gandhala sangyam tribhuvana dhriti bhakti kunja vihari Anupama karasako pattaradhangulyuko Laghu laghu kusumanam paryakam vartikayam Sarabhasamanugita chitrakanthi virucher Vrajanavayuvati bhir bhakti kunje vihari. When the peacock sings the first note of the musical scale and the cuckoo the fifth, Krishna plays the most beautiful Gandhara melody on his flute, thus destroying the composure of everyone in the three worlds. In this way, Lord Krishna, fragrant with musk, shines with great splendor as he enjoys pastimes in the groves of Vrindavan. With his matchlessly beautiful fingers, Krishna grasps Radha's fingers, and together they stroll about in a luxuriant flower garden as the young girls of Braj sing
Hello, Haribo.
melodious voices.
Hare Krishna Prabhu, did you get my email? I got the email and I'm on the meeting.
Turn
I
off
see
the sound.
there's a Prashant.
Yeah, you see
something.
everybody.
Well, I'm seeing
Yeah.
the screen share with all the words. And I'm gonna plug in my headphone, maybe I'll get the sound, hopefully. Yes, I can see Prashant, she's chanting.
Just
Can you
turn
see
off
me?
the sound.
Can you see me?
Yes, Prabhuji. Yes, Prabhuji.
Okay.
Okay. At least we should finish this verse. We are fortunate, Dravida is here. With his matchless beautiful fingers, Krishna grasps Radha's fingers, and together they stroll about in a luxuriant forest garden as the young girls of Braj sing in wonderfully melodious voices. In this way the Lord shines with great splendor as he enjoys pastimes in the groves of Vrindavan. Ahiri pukritarashe ki chakarabdavadhe Vrajagiri tatarange bhringa sangita bhaji Virachita paricharyas chitratorya trikera Stimita karana vrittir bhati kunje vihari. As Krishna dances in the dancing arena near the slopes of Govardhan Hill, the peacocks worship him with their dancing, the bumblebees with their singing, and the bamboos with their instrumental music as they sound in the wind. With his senses completely absorbed in this simultaneous dancing, singing, and instrumental music, the Lord shines with great splendor as he enjoys pastimes in the groves of Vrindavan. Dishi dishi shukasari mandala gudhalila prakatamanupatabdi nirmitascharya pura tadatirahasi vrittam preyasi karnamule smitamukham abhijalpam bhati kunje vihari. By reciting descriptions of the confidential pastimes of Radha and Krishna, flocks of male and female parrots have revealed those pastimes publicly and created a wonderful flooding river of nectar. Krishna smiles as he whispers the parrot's words in the ear of his beloved. In this way, he shines with great splendor as he enjoys pastimes in the groves of Vrindavan. Tava chikura kadambam stambhate prekshakeki Nayana kamala lakshmir vandate Krishna sara Aliralamalakkantam nauti pashyeti radham Sumadhuramanusham bhati kunje vihai. Krishna very sweetly flatters Radha. Look, seeing your beautiful hair, this peacock has become stunned. This black deer is bowing down to offer respect to the beauty of your lotus eyes, and this bumblebee is praising your curling hair. In this way, the Lord shines with great splendor as he enjoys pastime in the groves of Vrindavan. Madana tarala bala chakravalena vishvan Vividha varakalanam shikshaya sevyamana Skalita chikura veshe skandha deshe priyaya Pratita prithula bahur bhati kunje vihari. The multitude of gopis, trembling with amorous desire, serve Krishna by instructing him in the various details of the best of arts, the art of love. Following their expert instructions, he has placed his broad arm on his beloved's shoulders, where her hair has fallen. In this way, the Lord shines with great splendor as he enjoys pastimes in the groves of Vrindavan. Idamanupama lila hari kunje bihari Smarana padamadhite tushtadhirashtakamya Nija guna vritaya Sri Radhyaraditastam Nayati nija padabjam kunja sadmadhiraja. The benediction, these 8 prayers, which are the abode of the remembrance of Kunja Bihari, are very beautiful because they are filled with descriptions of his unparalleled pastimes. Kunja Bihari, who is worshipped by the supremely virtuous Radha, and who is the king of the Vrindavan forest, leads the delighted reader of these verses to his lotus feet. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Shri Kunja Bihari ki jai. Hari Hari Bol. So we are very delighted to welcome Dravida Prabhu. Hari Hari.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Dravida Prabhu.
Nice to hear you. You heard about the mix-up. I had the wrong link, but I was afraid that again somehow or other I wasn't going to be able to participate. But now I'm going to be able to participate, and I heard the last few verses of your wonderful recitation of the second Kunja Bihar Ashtaka, and I'll be doing the first Kunja Bihar Ashtaka along with other things. So, are you ready for me? Okay, I can't hear anybody. The question is, should I share my screen or not? And somehow I'm not hearing anything. I hear myself, but that's all. Prashant, are you still there?
How come he's not hearing us?
Now I do. Now I hear you.
Okay. You can share your screen, Prabhu.
Okay, let me share the screen. Oops, I didn't want to do that. Oh boy, I'm not so expert here. Yeah, here we are. Okay. Okay, so let me start. Can you hear that? Little tambour in the background? So I think Prashant Mataji asked me to give a little introduction of who I am. My name is Dravida Das. I joined in 1973 in Brooklyn, and I was immediately enthralled with the Sanskrit of the Bhagavad Gita, and I was able to participate in producing Srila Prabhupada's books as a proofreader and then as an editor all these years. And all these years I've also cultivated the chanting of these wonderful shlokas. And in 1977-78 I had the Association of Kushakrata Prabhu, and he translated the entire Stava Mala and Xerox copied it for me, so I took it with me to Atlanta where I was assigned for a while. And I discovered the incomparable nectar of chanting the verses of Rupa Gosvami. And so this presentation will include verses by him, as well as from the Pajabali that may not be by him, but there is some of his favorite verses, so we'll study that. And about 20 years ago, I started putting some of these into English poetry, so that devotees could understand the meaning and get a little sense of the poetry too. Okay, so I'll begin. Namahom Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nivishesha Shunyavadi Bhaschacha Deshatarine. Om, I bow to A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, whose mission is to teach the art of purely serving God. To Krishna no one on this earth can be more dear than he, for at Shri Krishna's lotus feet he dwells eternally. Obeisances to...
Dravida Prabhu, Hare Krishna.
Can you hear
I
me?
would like to ask you to decrease the volume of your music.
Okay, thank you for that. Tell me if... Is that okay? Okay. Obeisances to you, O prime disciple of your Lord, Sri Saraswati Thakur, wielder of the preaching sword. By preaching Lord Chaitanya's words, you saved the Western lands from voidism, impersonalist creeds. Somehow this thing is not working. How to get to the next page? Sorry. Oh, here we go. Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Supadantikam. When will Srila Rupa Goswami Prabhupada, who has established within this material world the mission to fulfill the desire of Lord Chaitanya, give me shelter at his lotus feet? First is the third Chaitanyashika from Stavamala. Bhasit padam bujas tvamanodakta rudradibi papadya purushottamam padamadabramudbrajitaham Samastanata mandali Spudadabishta kalpa drunam Shachi sutamahi pabo Mukudamukunda mande kripam. Your lotus feet are worshipped by the multitude of gods, beginning with Lord Shiva, in whose heart devotion throbs. You've made Lord Jagannath's great city by the sea your home, and there you shine with splendor as in ecstasy. Shachi's precious jewel, please shower your compassion on this wretched, stubborn fool. Navarnihitam ishate gudutaravataraita Pavandamunabundhayo Nakula sarva bhamadyaha Bhado bhavatu tattakak Bhaturato namaste param Shachi sutamahi pabo Mukudamukunda mande kripam. Shripad Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya never finds the limits of your glories, what to speak of lesser minds. Even Lord Ananta and your other incarnations find their power to extol you, fraught with limitations. Your vast intelligence will surely never know defeat. I humbly bow before you and most earnestly entreat, O Lord Chaitanya Shri Mukunda, Shati's precious jewel. Please shower your compassion on this wretched, stubborn fool. Nayatkatamapi sutav upanishadbadapyahitam Swayam cha vipatam nayad gudutadabatarantare Uchapan asadasambude tadya bhakti ratnam chito Ashtachi sutamahi pabho kudamukundamande kripam. The glorious Upanishads had kept the secret sealed. By them the gem of pure devotion never was revealed. Nor did your most exalted incarnation show that jewel, for only you yourself could bring about the great renewal of Krishna Bhakti, and behold, you reached your lotus hand into the nectar sea, and cast that gem upon this land. O Lord Chaitanya, Shri Mukunda, Shati's precious jewel, please shower your compassion on this wretched, stubborn fool. Nija pranaya vispuram, natanaranga vismapita, trineta natamandali, pakatatano ragamrita, ahankatikalamkito, datajanari durborahe, ashati sutamahi pavo, akutamukunda mande kripam. Overwhelmed with love of Krishna, who is none but you, you dance ecstatically, astounding three-eyed Lord Shambhu. To all your humble devotees you gladly manifest the nectar of devotion. They feel infinitely blessed. The proud and egotistical can never know your glories. To them accounts of your great deeds are just so many stories. O Lord Chaitanya Shri Mukunda, Sheti's precious jewel, please shower your compassion on this wretched, stubborn fool. Pavandi bhavihe nara kalata dushkalot pattayas Pramudnadasithanapi patadacharu karunyataha Iti pramadadantara shadanamashritas tvamaham Shachi sutamahi pabo Mukudamukunda mande kripam. Even low-born sinful souls entrapped in Kali's age, suffering uncounted pains that no one can assuage, are instantly delivered when you kindly seek them out and flood them with your splendid mercy, making bhakti sprout. And so without rejoicing at your mercy's endless store, I take full shelter of your lotus feet and then implore, O Lord Chaitanya Shri Mukunda, Shachi's precious jewel, please shower your compassion on this wretched, stubborn fool. Mukambata pariskalan mridalavan madhuli rasa pasanga janita kila panata bringa rangotkara samasta janamangala pabavam nam ratnambude ashati sutamahi pambo mukudamukunda mande kripam. Trickling from your lotus mouth, the honey nectar stream of your pure words enlightens all and showers bliss supreme upon the humble bumblebees who are your devotees. What use to them are dry philosophies or austerities? You are an ocean full of gems, the holy names which bless all people on this planet with supreme auspiciousness. O Lord Chaitanya, Sri Mukunda, Shakti's precious jewel, please shower your compassion on this wretched, stubborn fool. Vaganka Madodhanana, Spudana Nidra Padmekshana, Smita Stabaka Sundara, Dadavishankatora Stata, Pujo Dada Bujangama, Pabamano Jakoti Jute, Shati Sutamahi Pabo, Mukunda Mande Kripam. The beauty of your face defeats the full moon's soothing glow. From full-blown lotus petal eyes your loving glances flow. By clusters of your gentle smiles your lovely lips are graced. Your chest is broad, your arms are like two glorious upraised snakes. Your handsome form defeats 100 million Kamadeves. And best of all, your mercy floods this world in endless waves. O Lord Chaitanya, Shri Mukunda, Shakti's precious jewel, please shower your compassion on this wretched, stubborn fool. Aham Kanakaketaki, Kusamagoda Dushtap Chito, Adosha Labadarshita, Vivida Dosha Purne Pite, Hatak Pravanayadaya, Kupanavatsalat Tvam Vaje, Ashati Sutamahi Pabo, Mukudamukunda Mande Kripam. O Lord, whose splendor calls to mind the golden daffodil, I am the lowest sinner in this world of sinners. Still you overlook the faults of one whose faults are like an ocean, and bless him with the strength to practice unalloyed devotion. With this in mind, O Lord, who are most kind to fallen souls, I ask you with a humble heart, devoid of mundane goals, O Lord Chaitanya, Shri Mukunda, Shakti's precious jewel, please shower your compassion on this wretched, stubborn fool. Idam danani mandanod savabhapadanti shuye nivishta manaso nara patipatanti padyashtakam Shati Vidyanandana Prakata Kirti Chandra Prabho Nija Panaya Nirbaram Vitada Devate Byak Shubham. O festival of happiness for all this world of O festival of happiness for all this world of woe, O Lord, who caused the joy in Shati's heart to overflow, O fulgent moon, whose glow is your unending spotless fame, O Bhagavan, whose mission is to spread your holy name, O Sri Chaitanya Chandra, kindly grant this one request. May those who read these verses, feeling purified and blessed, while deeply contemplating your exquisite lotus feet, attain pure love for you and make their blessed lives complete. Gaur Premanandi Hari Hari. And now, the first Kundi Vihari Ashtaka, 8-verse poem about the Lord who plays in Vrindavan forest. In the Nila Mani Mandala Varna, Pullani Pukasamanchitakarna, Krishna Labhata Kushora Sihari Sundaro, Jayati Kunja Bihari. His smooth complexion conquers sapphire stunning to the eye. Kadamba blooms with fragrance full on each ear gently lie. His beauty's great and by his chest a gunja necklace stays. All glories to the Lord who in Vrindavan's forest plays. Radhika Badana Chandra Chakora Sarva Ballabha Badudati Chora Chachari Chatadatancha Chari Charado Jayati Kunja Bihari. Chakora longing for the moon of Radha's radiant face, a thief purloining patience from the cowherd's wives apace. His expert rhythmic dancing winning all the gopis' praise. All glories to the Lord who in Vrindavan's forest plays. Sarvatak Patila Kaula Kapava Brumsanena Vitabasa Bhagarva Goshtarakshana Kate Giridhari Leelaya Jayati Kunja Bihari. When Indra's sacrifice he stopped, he stole the Deva's pride by playfully uplifting Giri Govardhan to hide his friends in Kalbi neath the hill for 7 nights and days. All glories to the Lord who in Vrindavan forest plays. Ragamandala Vibhushta Vamshi Vibhramena Madanosa Vashamsi Stuyamana Chaditakshaka Shari Shrenavi Jayati Kunja Bihari. heart-warming, warbling melodies, atone his flute which sings of Cupid's fest, to him unending happiness it brings. The parrot pair his loving pastimes never tire to praise. All glories to the Lord, who in Vrindavan's forest plays. Shat kumbha dujihadu dukula, keka chandaka virajita chula. Namvayova nadasanvadanari ranjano, jayati kunja bihari. His glistening silken garments steal aglow by gold possessed. His crown of perfect peacock plumes defeats all other crests. Vrindavan's radiant girls rejoice to see his loving ways. All glories to the Lord, who in Vrindavan's forest plays. Stastaki kotosugandhi patira, swanakantri padishobikatira, radiko natabayo daravari kunnaro, jayat kunja bihari. Most fragrant sandal paste anoints his limbs so slightly blue. A golden belt adorns his handsome waist. He's likened to an elephant bound by the ropes of Radha's winning ways. All glories to the Lord, who in Vrindavan's forest plays. Godadata tilakoja labhala, keli chanchalita chambakamala, advikanda de grihesha bisari sumbhava. Jayat Kunja Bihari. His forehead glows with golden tilak skillfully applied. His playful pastimes swing his champak garland side to side. He meets the gorgeous gopis for their rendezvous in caves. All glories to the Lord, who in Vrindavan's forest plays. Vimramocha the Dugantan and Vicha, Chip the Gopalalana Kilakritcha. Prema Matta Vishabhanu Kumari Nagaro, Jayat Kunja Bihari. Their work ignored, the coward's wives are nearly paralyzed when dancing glances strike them from the corners of his eyes. Ecstatic hero setting love-mad Radha's heart ablaze. All glories to the Lord, who in Vrindavan's forest plays. Ashtakam Madhuta Kunja Bihari, Pridayapatati Yakilahari, Sapriyati Bila Satpada Bhagam Tasyapari, Nakamalachana Ragam. The pastimes that the Lord enjoys in rugged sylvan bowers enhance this octave's beauty and pour forth pure nectar showers. Whoever sings these verses soon acquires saintly traits and serves his lustrous lotus feet with love that ne'er abates. Gaur Premanande Hari Hari. Next comes a selection from the Govinda Viradavali, text 59, Rupa Gosvami. Madhadesh Madhudi Maya Madhava Manali Mattalika Mugdha Mama Manana Mohana Madama Daya Manaso Mahamoham. O Master of Mathura, lovely Lord of Goddess Shri, who play such maddening melodies upon your murali. O Cupid's charmer, please redeem a life till now misspent by joyfully destroying my extreme bewilderment. And this one is from the Pajavali, written by Sarvabhauma Paracharya. Barha Pidam Maulam Bibradvanshi Naranathanvam Nana Kalpa Shri Sampannam Gopastri Visambhita Netranandam Kurvan Krishna Tvanjed Asman Vikshetha Sarve Kama Sampadyerat Asmakam Vidyasina. Pikatumbi, deck your crown and chanting songs with flute you sing, wearing lovely ornaments while standing in the gopis' ring. Dear most Krishna, eyes delight, if you would kindly glance our way, all our heart's desires would be fulfilled on this most blessed day. Pajavali 41 by Sri Kaviratna. Aho aho bir nakale beduyate, Sudha Sudhara Mododam Pade Pade, Dine Dine Chandana Chandra Shitalam, Yasho Yashoda Tanayasayate. Because at every step they drink a flood of wondrous nectar sweet, whose cooling power sandal paste enhanced with camphor can't defeat. They feel as if the raging blaze of Kali's days had ne'er begun. How blessed are they who fill their days with praise of Shri Ashora's son. Utkalika Valari 68. Pashupala Vadinya Nandana Vadametam Maharati Yuvam Bhavatu Panayo Bhave Bhave Bhavatore Vapadam Pujeshumi. O Radha Krishna, children of the best of cowherd men, this single boon I beg from you again and yet again, and all the countless births my endless sins will make me meet. May all my love flow toward your luscious, lustrous lotus feet. Vrindavan 23. Avatang Siddhamandra Mandare, Todani Nature to Koda Pandare, Navakunkama Punda Pindare, Vatadastam Amagopa Kundare. Delightful blooms adorn his ears, whose charm and beauty none can gauge. The gopi's eyes can no more leave his form than birds can leave a cage. With kumkum spread upon his limbs, a fair complexion he enjoys. I pray my heart will fill with love for Krishna, best of cowherd boys. Vrindavan 28. Smituduche Makadanda, Sandi Bhaktara Vindam, Tavapadapatahang Sam Vishtagandham Mukunda, Vidachita Pashupali Neprasarangarangam, Mamadadiyatadagi Sangamangi Karotu. From the lotus of your face, dear Lord, trickles forth the luscious nectar of the beauty of your smile. Your exalted devotees, great swans, seek the fragrance of that lotus which does all their hearts beguile. Your beloved gopis' eyes, mad bees, taste the most exquisite pleasure in that lotus of your face. O my dear Mukunda Dev, I pray, may the lake of my poor heart be by that lotus ever graced. Prayer from the Stavamala. I'm not sure which number this is. Vidachahe mahidandam Dina bandho dayamba Katadihana babotta kachadanya mamasti Nipatudashatakoti Nibalang vana bambhas Tadapikila pagoda stuyate chatakena. The Chataka subsists on rain it catches in midair, and so it's always praying to the cloud to send its fare. Yet though the cloud may send a thunderbolt instead of rain, that bird continues praying fervently despite the pain. Just like the Chataka, I fixed my mind upon one goal, and that is you, O Lord, most kind to every fallen soul. So whether it is punishment you give, or mercy sweet, I'll always pray to you for service to your Lotus feet. Prayer Pajavali 15 by Sri Lakshmi Das. I just want to note on this, there's a translation here, and the verse is quoted in the Antya Lila by Haridas Thakur. But I took his explanation of it and the verse and made it into a little song. Anghak sanghadatakilan sakadudiyadi vasakala lokasya Tadanitivatamala jalading chaichtaga mangalang hare nama. When the moon is invisible, with it to nil, and the sun is long gone from the sky, then an ocean of darkness envelops this world, and the timorous fear they might die. But that thick pall of gloom is at once swept away when the first signs of sunrise appear, and the dawning of day gives assurance to all that in truth there is nothing to fear. In a similar way, when illusion holds sway and a soul has forgotten his Lord, then the darkness of ignorance covers his heart. Sin and suffering are his reward. But as soon as he says Krishna's name even once in a manner that doesn't offend, then his ignorance flees like the darkness at dawn, and his sin and his suffering end. So there's nothing to fear, for the sun of the name has appeared with his powers divine. In your heart may that sun, benedictive for all, become fixed and eternally shine. Panjavali 30 by Sri Bhavananda. Prayer to become a miser. Vichayani, vichayani, vichintyani punah punah. Kripanasya danani vatvanamani bhavantunaha. Compelled to constantly collect and count his precious hoard, the miser contemplates his wealth with avaricious aims. Please bless me to become a miser who's compelled, O Lord, to constantly collect and count and contemplate your names. Stavamala Hari Kusuma Stabaka 11. Udasi Padis Puradin did a mindin did a mandida sujodasitam. Hadamanganati Mangala Mangala Sachandanam Vande. One more time. Udis Padis Puradin did a mindin did a mandida sujodasitam. Hadamanganati Mangala Mangala Sachandanam Vande. Upon his chest is manifest the mark of Goddess Shri, and there to rest the best of wreaths, a temple for the bees, who worship him by singing hymns that limn his loving play, while Sri Hari most gleefully acclaims the way they pray. For Brajas love mad milkmaids, and for all the Brahmins' wives, Sri Krishna is the ultimate good fortune in their lives. His sandal paste anointed limbs bedim the full moon's glow. Unto the lotus feet of Sri Hari I bow down low. So this is, next is song 24 from Stavamala. Krishna Bhavantam Vande Manmanasamadakadamapayaditapatapankachamakadande. O Krishna, dearest Lord, I bow to you and then entreat. Please place the bee of my restless mind in the honey of your lotus feet. Yadapi samadhishavidadapi pashtadinandavatkagamadicim. Inamicham in the shamitavachita tadapikapapitavichim. Though even Brahma, deep in trance, cannot achieve his goal, a glimpse of your effulgent toenails soothing to the soul. Because, O Lord, I've heard of your compassion's wondrous waves, that very vision is the only boon my poor heart craves. Krishna Bhavandam Vande Manmanasamadakadamapayaditapatapankachamakadande. O Krishna, dearest Lord, I bow to you and then entreat. Please place the bee of my restless mind in the honey of your lotus feet. Bhakti-radanchadiyam jabimadavagnatvaimamatilamatri. Padameshwadata-tadabitavadikadurkata-gadana-vidhatri. O Madhava, despite great effort, I have not attained a drop of pure devotion. This has brought me untold pain. Yet though it seems impossible to ever fill this need, your monumental power gives me hope I shall succeed. Krishna Bhavandam Vande Manmanasamadakadamapayaditapatapankachamakadande. O Krishna, dearest Lord, I bow to you and then entreat. Please place the bee of my restless mind in the honey of your lotus feet. I am a Lord Thayada Sanatana Karadham Buddha Dasabharam. Never such a Nitya Mahamati Nindini Vindan Modani Masaram. Today, eternal Lord, please fix my mind upon your feet, the reservoir of endless mellows, wonderful and sweet. I pray that for eternity my mind may there reside, to relish luscious honey that defeats ambrosia's pride. O Krishna, dearest Lord, I bow to you and then entreat. Please place the bee of my restless mind in the honey of your lotus feet. Okay, next is the Sri Lalita Pranam Stotra, which I once had the great opportunity because Mother Prashanta asked me out on a outing to chant at Lalita's appearance place in Vrindavan. Radha Mukunda Pada Sambhava Karma Bindu Nirmanchito Pakadani Kata Deha Laksham Uttanga Sauda Vishesha Bharatpa Galbham Devim Gunai Sulalitam Lalitam Namami. She wipes away each drop of perspiration on the feet of Radha and Mukunda as they stage their lovers' fight. Imbued with deepest love, she cannot let Sri Krishna cheat Sri Radha, so she ridicules him to his great delight. To lovely Lalita, Sri Radha's bold and clever friend, obeisances I offer without end. Raka Sudha Kidana Mandala Kanti Dandi Tunda Shriyam Chakata Chadu Chamuru Netram Radha Pasadana Vidhana Kala Pasidham Devim Gunai Sulalitang Lalitang Namami. The beauty of her face rebukes the full moon's golden glow, and when she's angry, that sweet beauty grows 100-fold.
जब माइक मतलब जब ये कान वाला लगा रहेगा तब जब पहले वो लगा आपको दिखेगा फिर आप जो ऊपर जो
I don't hear what she's saying. Am I supposed to do something? Her eyes resemble those belonging to a frightened doe. For expertise in decorating Radha she's extolled. To lovely Lalita she Radha's bold and clever friend. Obeisances I offer without end. Last year the sudden Buddhaga Shattu Patatta Chitta Patang Shukar Badana Kanchuli Kanchitangin Gorochana Vichibagarhana Gori Manam Deving Gunai Sulalitang Lalitang Namani. With wondrous colors of a dancing peacock's vivid plumes, her bodice, ornaments, and silken raiment brightly shine. The fair complexion of her graceful, charming limbs consumes the pride of gold Gorochana, the best of unguents fine. To lovely Lalita, she Radha's bold and clever friend. Obeisances I offer without end. Durte Vajenda Tanaye Tanashishtu Vanyam Ma Dakshina Bhavakalankini Lagavaya Radhe Giram Shunuhitam Itishikshayantim Deving Gunai Sulalitam Lavitam Namani. She said, O Radha, listen carefully for your own good. With skill rebuff advances from Brajendra's crafty son. O dear dishonored friend, if you are submissive, then you would assure he will assume your heart can easily be won. To lovely Lalita, she Radha's bold and clever friend. Obeisances I offer without end. Radha Mabi Vrajapate Kutamakmajena Kutam Manaka Bibaloke Belohitakshin Vagbhangi Bis Tamattamachedena Balajjayantim Deving Gunai Sulalitang Latitang Namani. In Braja's woods, when Radha and the son of Nanda meet, they wage a blissful gambling match as all their friends look on. But when she Lalita sees Shyama Sundar try to cheat, she floods him with her angry insults till his pride is gone. To lovely Lalita, she Radha's bold and clever friend. Obeisances I offer without end. Vatsalya Vrindavasatim Pasupala Ragya Sakyanu Shikshanana Kalasugaram Sakinam Radha Balabada Jivatani Vishesham Deving Gunai Sulalitam Lalitam Namani. She is the dearmost object of Yashoda's boundless love. She teaches all her friends the arts of friendship for her lords, Shri Radha and Mukunda, whom she values far above her own life. O my friends, her glories far exceed my words. To lovely Lalita, Shri Radha's bold and clever friend, obeisances I offer without end. Yam kamapi vajakule vishabana jaya Priksha sapaksha padavi manurajanulmanam Sadhyasta ishtakatanin kutati yantim Deving gunai sulalitam naditam namani. She worked with all her friends to plan a daytime rendezvous of Radha and Mukunda in a lush Kadamba grove. And when she saw Shri Krishna block Shri Radha's path, she knew she'd suddenly achieved the precious goal for which she strove. To lovely Lalita, Shri Radha's bold and clever friend, obeisances I offer without end. Radha Vrajendra Sutta Sangama Rangacharayam Varyam Vinishchitavatim Akilotsavebhyaha Tam Gokula Priyasaki Nakuramba Mukyam Devim Gunai Sulalitam Naditam Namani. Of all Shri Radha's cherished friends, she is the favorite. Indeed, she's Anuradha, she who follows Radha best. When Radha and Mukunda meet for pastimes intimate, she sees their meeting as the greatest joyful nectar fest. To lovely Lalita, Shri Radha's bold and clever friend, obeisances I offer without end. Nandan Namuni Lalita Guna Lalitani Padyaniyak Patati Nirmana Drishta Rashtaun Pritya Vikarshi Dijanam Dijavinda Manje Tam Kirtida Patikulo Dalakalpavalli. A devotee who happily and truly sings this hymn describing lovely Lalita's extraordinary traits will win the favor of Shri Radha, who will welcome him with love into the circle of her close associates. To lovely Lalita, Shri Radha's bold and clever friend, obeisances I offer without end. Gaur Premanande. Next is Rupa Goswami's Govinda Viladavali, number 5. Pujanga the Pachandakas, Buddha the Kanda Chudankure, Dudanka Chadakanchela, Brahmina Badda Bringam Brahme, Patanga Duhitustati, Banakuti, the Kedi Priye, Podas Pudutu Memohus, Trihimukunda Shudharati. You wear the best of crests, a crown of perfect peacock plumes. Your dancing glances stun the bees meandering midst the blooms. You relish love play in a cottage by Kalindi's shore. O Krishna, may pure love for you be mine forevermore. Sri Bangi Chandastava Yamalajana Banjana Mashitadanjana Mahiganjana Ganalasabadam Pashapada Pudandanam Abasatakandanam Matisundanam Navindakadam Vadagoba Vadujana Vidachita Pujana Mudukudana Namavenu Dadam Smadanana Vichakshana Makalabadakshana Dhamalakshana Matidakshadam. You broke the two Himalayan trees, your love to delight your pure devotees. You crushed the pride of the Kali snake with your prancing dance in the Yamuna lake. You're the coward's prince and the life and soul. To serve thee with love is their only goal. In the caves you meet the gopis fair and enjoy sweet loving pastimes there. You're dashing, clever and most debonair. Your lotus hands give blessings rare. To worship you again and again is the way of the wives of the coward men. When the gopis hear the flute you hold, their passion grows 1,000-fold. In your transcendental form we find astounding traits of every kind. Of amorous stroking you're the king, indeed you're skilled at everything. Sorry. Panatashini punjanamam vadapinjanamadikunjana hadaminnamakam. Komandana rakshana manakata pakshana madidakshana mamitapma sukham. Kodugaitika mandita mananaya pandana mapakandita puduhutumakam. Kodakamada virochana malaksurochana gorochana matitamanakam. You're a host of invincible thunderbolts to protect your dear surrendered souls. Your silken clothes glow yellow gold, your blackish form is stunning to behold. For the elephants of your enemies you're a lion, they fear more and more. Your face defeats the full moon, when the gopis gaze at it they all swoon. O protector of the cows, O protector of the cows, you're skilled at mimicking the birds' sweet calls and trills. You're full of joy and most sincere, at soothing hearts you have no peer. With colorful mineral pigments fine, you've adorned your limbs with design sublime. For the lotus of Braj, you're the nourishing sun. By you mad Indradev was outdone. On your forehead golden tilak glows, your ruddy nails glow on your fingers and toes. Unmadadati naika shanata saika, vinadaiga chillidatam. Undata sankochanam amridalochanam agamochanam amanalinatam. Nikaladika goldavam undra sodanam ati goldava pashupisharatam. Imridapadapallavam Ruchadur labasavalasakatam. From the creepers of your eyebrows you shoot Cupid's arrows straight and true. When struck by your dancing sidelong glance, Sri Radha enters a blissful trance. O merciful Lord, with lotus petal eyes, you weaken the sinful, strengthen the wise. The Devas all bow down to you. When you killed the Gasura, you blessed him too. Of those who are worshipped, you're the best. Bright kumkum adorns your limbs and chest. Your love for the love-filled gopis fair is a flood of nectar beyond compare. When touched by your delicate lotus feet, the land of Braj feels joy complete. Compared with your playful, graceful gait, Iravatas walk is second rate. Turjanachana papaka manachata shapaka nakadavaka mananushta balam. Idivika machavata buddhakata garbata gandavata dhanajari balam. When threats to your devotees suddenly appear, your powerful shoulders crush the fear. As you walk the path among the forest trees, with your friends you enjoy many ecstasies. You wander among the kadamba blooms like a honeybee drunk on the heady perfumes. The coos of the cuckoos never can defeat them or lift the sound of your voice so sweet. For the weeds of the demons grown so rash, you're the forest fire where they burn to ash. For every cow and cowherd boy, you're the guardian friend and fount of joy. From flower petal lips with the rubies glow, your gentle smiles and laughter flow. The demoniac monsters, proud of their might, you crush with ease when the fools dare fight. Shruti Ratna Vibhushan, Avuchita Dipushan, Amadidushan, Alayanantikatim, Yamanata Talpata Pushma, Manalpata Manajalpata Daitata Team. Vande Mehi Bandita Nandama Mandita Kulamandita Kalakansimatim. Vami Hadamo, the Lahada the Soda, the Hadano, the Namanabanda the team. Your gem-studded earrings conquer the sun. Your noble deeds are never outdone. The bee's quick dance is fully minimized by the glances cast from the corners of your eyes. On the Yamuna's shore you recline on a bed of forest flowers finely spread. Shri Radha's wordplay, clever and bold, delights you more than can ever be told. I bow to you who yourself bow down to Nanda, the king of the cowherds' town. In an eminent family you took your birth. You killed King Kamsa, scourge of the earth. O Lord, please let me always please those dear to you, your pure devotees. O Krishna, the one boon I entreat, eternal love for your Lord is feet. O Premanandi. Next is Mukunda Muktavali, number 14. Hudadi Kutamudadi Tutabangam, Navadadadadikidanur Sadangam. Yuvati Vadayatata Madanatadangam, Pranamatayamanatatikatadangam. His flute emanates entrancing sounds for the girls whose love for him abounds. Bow down to the cloud-complexioned Lord who dancing upon the Kalindi shore. Mukunda Muktabali 27. Ichukatakadam Batachadishikandam, Badavanir to the Badashatikandam. Vadaruchinir to the moon to the kundam, Kudadabadavi to Sapadi Mukundam. His hair is adorned with a peacock plume. His forehead conquers the best half-moon. His jasmine butter-like teeth glow white. May Krishna fill your heart with light. And finally, I think this is our last offering here. From Vidagda Madhava. Ashtabir Shatipatakai Nababhai Nabakakadim Kalayam. Shatatitapitita Mukto Malada Prishte Muhur Latati. Lord Brahma is the gravest soul, supremely self-controlled, an ocean of composure, he's a wonder to behold. But when he hears Govinda's flute produce its maddening sound, he loses it, and on his swan he starts to roll around. Gaur Premanandi Hari Hari. And that's my great opportunity, finally realized desire to participate in Rupotsava. Prashanta, are you there? Hare Krishna. Okay. I'm hoping that it went out over the airways or whatever, and that everyone heard it. Anyone there can speak?
Hello?
Hello?
Switch on the light, maybe he will see us. Can you
Oh, there you go. Divyambara. I see Divyambara now. So were you able to hear it, Divyambara? Can you hear me?
How do we communicate with him?
Your Divyambara is muted. Divyambara, if you can unmute yourself or someone can unmute her.
Hari Hari.
Haribol. Is that you, Prashanta?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you perfectly, Prabhu. One more time. Haribol! We are fully blissed out, hearing your recitations. Did you understand, people, that Dravida Prabhu has done the translations of all these various poems by Srila Rupa Goswami and some of the poems of the Padyavali, which are a compilation of verses by Rupa Goswami himself, collected from other authors. And he has written the translation as a poetry, in a poetical way. So, because many times with these beautiful Ashtakas. The Sanskrit is very beautiful, but the translations are very poor.
Well, they may be accurate, but they're prose.
So Dravida Prabhu is amazingly has compiled the translations as a poetry, and that was wonderful, wasn't it? Yeah.
Now, just to let you know, thank you, Prashanta. There are many other poems I did also from Krishna Karnamrita and others from Bhagavatam and other sources, and I share them. I don't ask any recompense. I'm going to send. I don't know if you don't have the latest Prashanta. I'll send it to you,
Please.
and you can just write to her, and you can get a PDF of other poems. I'll give you a little sample. Can I give you a little sample? This is not exactly by Rupa Goswami.
Yes, please.
Well, this is like one of my all-time favorite verses. It's also one of the easiest to memorize from the Krishna Karnamrita. Madodam, madodam, vapadasya vibo, madodam, madodam, vadanam, madodam, madogandi madusmitametadaho, madodam, 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 madodam. Sweet, sweet is my dear Lord's form, sweet is still his face so fair, but his honey-scented gentle smile is sweet beyond compare. That's just a sample. Or near the end of the Karnamrita, it goes, Jaya 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 Deva 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 Chubhavana Mangala Divyanama Deha Jaya 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 Deva Krishna Deva Shabana Manonaya Nama Tavatara. Oh glory, 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 Lord, oh glory unto thee, who with thy holy name bless all three worlds and set them free. Oh glory, glory, glory unto thee, O Krishna Dev, whose nectar floods our ears and eyes and hearts in endless waves. Gaur Premanandi, and there's a whole bunch of them. And just one to Prabhupada that I wrote a few years ago. O Prabhupada, we hail the day when you appear just like a ray of Krishna's vast effulgence bright to give this blind world back its sight. We thank you from the bottom of our heart and pray with deepest love that we may serve your lotus feet in every circumstance we meet. As years go by and books go out, we see what life is all about, to serve your mission and our Lord's by spreading wide your sacred words. As well you want us all to strive to let those words direct our lives. This safest path will lead us home, no more in Maya's realm to roam. So thank you very much, Prashanta, for allowing me to participate in this wonderful festival. This is the third year. Finally, the last 2 years, somehow something happened. I couldn't participate, but hopefully I can do the same thing next year, and I'll try to write some new poems and be able to participate in that way.
We wonder whether we could have you live one day.
Live? You mean
In
like
Vrindavan.
actually in Vrindavan?
In Vrindavan Dham.
Well, let's see. I haven't really traveled much since the pandemic started, but we'll see how things work out in my schedule. Now I'm on an eternal marathon of checking Prabhupada's books and working with the ERP, the editorial review panel. Anyway, it's a long story, but we'll see if I can do that. This is the most enticing invitation I've received so far, so I'll say that.
You have a wide audience here. This festival we are holding every year is being liked by many devotees, and it's very rare. You cannot find it anywhere. See, I'm also writing poems. It's very rare. You can't find it anywhere.
Very nice, very nice.
So, if you would come, then really, that would be the fulfillment of all our desires. That we could have you here reciting your wonderful poetries. I remember the time when we were in Braj together.
Yeah.
Several times when you came and recited the poetries, it was so enticing. It was very enthralling. It was so beautiful, so attractive.
Let me tell you something that you weren't present at this. One year, the BBT decided to have a little retreat there in Vrindavan, because we would come every year for the BBT the editorial meeting. So the other members of the BBT trustees, we had quite a little contingent there. And one of the places we went to, I think it was Varshana, and I sat everybody down, and I had printed out this the first Kunjabi Ashtaka, in the Nil Mani Manjulavarna. And we had a drummer and everything, and everyone was starting, and I started leading it, and then what I really remember of this is you have to just visualize this Jayadvaita Swami with a smile from ear to ear. He had no instrument to play, but he was playing an empty milk carton just to be able to keep the beat. And he was so happy to chant that Ashtaka there, and all the devotees were pleased. And I was very fortunate to be able to do that.
I organized that retreat.
Oh, you did? Okay, so you know about that. That was a very memorable experience. Yeah. All right, I better get back to chanting my rounds because it's still very early in the morning here. But thank you very much. And Divyambara. No, I want to ask one question. Is this going to be posted on YouTube somewhere so devotees can get it? How can we get hear all these wonderful offerings?
Yes, we will. We'll send you the links.
Okay. Because I have some people here who wanted to hear it, and I couldn't do that. I barely got on myself this morning. I was waiting, I got on the link, and it's going to be 5:25. It's 5:28. What's going on? Now it's 5:31. So somehow I was able to get the right link. Krishna's playing little jokes.
Thank you very much, Dravida Prabhu. And
Okay.
yes, we shall be praying to the Lord of the cowherd boys and the cowherd girls to bring you to Vrindavan, so we have a fully immersed, direct experience of your recitations. Yes?
And I just give a special shout out to Divyambara, I don't want to say student, but we shared a lot of nice shlokas together in times gone by. And I'm really...
We should get both of you here. That would be great.
And then we could chant... Then we could do Jaya Jaya Bhankchi Paja Vishada Shada Sadati Dusambati Bhavaka Bhavaka Vitalochana Sanja. No, there's a devotee here who learned it. He's really, really smart. And we would do it one line at a time. I would do one line, he would do the other line, and one line back. It's quite ecstatic. Okay, I better get back, Jenny. Thank you very much. All glory to Srila Prabhupada, and all glories to all the participants of this wonderful
Hare
Rupotsava.
Krishna, Dravida
Hare
Prabhu. Hare
Jai.
Hare. Srila
Hare
Prabhupada ki jai.
Jai.
Okay, let me introduce you here, Divyambara Devidasi. In 2003, was it? First of all, in 1999, Divyambara and myself did our Bhakti Shastri in the Vrindavan Institute for Education. We were in the same batch. And in 2003, both of us simultaneously were appointed as the directors of the VIHE. But somehow or other, Krishna had different plans, and Divyambara, after 6 months, left me here alone. I'm still waiting for her return. So this is Divyambara Devidasi, and please hear her beautiful singing. Hari Hari.
Thank you so much, Prashanta, and Hare Krishna, everybody. Thank you for having me. I wish I could be there with you in person. It's my dream to be in person for Rupotsava and much longer. And very precious memories from one of the first festivals you organized, the first Rupotsava that you organized, and at Kadamba, I still remember that. So thank you for having me. And I'm joining you from New York City. Very different energy than Sri Vrindavan Dham. But it is possible to remember Krishna everywhere. And Srila Rupa Gosvami makes it very attractive for us to remember Krishna with his splendid, exquisite poetry. And I'm eternally grateful to Dravida Prabhu. He is my shloka guru, my shiksha guru. He ignited the spark of love of poetry, devotional poetry, many, many years ago. And this poetry, these shlokas, these verses still keep me going, still keep me inspired, still help me remember Krishna in difficult times, in joyous times. They're like my friends, and they're always with me. So I pray that my memory stays strong also, so I can remember the verses that help me remember Krishna. And I've been thinking about Srila Rupa Gosvami. He's also called the Rasa Acharya. He's expert in understanding and conveying, describing the different rasas in relationship with Krishna. Our bhakti path is all about having a personal relationship, loving relationship with Krishna. And we can express that love in many different ways, in different rasas, different mellows. And rasa, the word rasa has so many meanings, but one could be taste. Another one, Srila Prabhupada sometimes describes it as a humor, like an expression of emotion. So bhakti is full of emotion. Practicing bhakti is full of expressing our emotions for Krishna and for the devotees. And Srila Rupa Goswami very expertly described these emotions. And this is such a unique, I've been thinking about this because it's such a unique aspect of bhakti, of being personalists, is to express our emotions, and emotions come from the heart. And we can express loving emotions from an open and pure heart. So recently, I have a friend who's been attending an ashram. I will not mention the name. It's a very popular yoga ashram in the West and in India also. And a total impersonalism. They practice impersonalism. And she showed me a song that she said, oh, this is a chant that we sing every day. And the refrain of the chant was, oh, when will the day be mine that I will be one with you? This was so all the songs are geared about developing impersonalism. I don't know how that happens exactly, but I noticed that all the practitioners of this particular yoga system were very dry, there was no emotion. It was like very dry, very rigid. And I thought, oh, this is so boring. It's like, where is the relationship here? Where is the exchange of love? So you cannot have loving exchanges if you don't have a personal relationship. And that made me appreciate Srila Rupa Goswami even more as the Rasa Acharya, helping us clean our hearts, open our hearts to experience those deep devotional emotions. And the more we advance in spiritual life, the more emotional we may start feeling. And that's a good thing. You just have to learn how to express them. And Srila Rupa Goswami also expertly guides us not to confuse emotions, pure emotions, with sentimental emotions, sentimentalism. So these are just some thoughts. And as I've been reading Srila Prabhupada's books and even the Bhagavad Gita, you read the verses and you can really feel Arjuna's emotion. You can really feel Krishna's emotion. And these different feelings Srila Rupa Goswami expresses very beautifully in his poetry and makes it even more attractive. So I have a couple of shlokas that I have prepared. And Prashanta, should I share my screen to bring them up, or will?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. All right, I am connected through the internet. The internet just went out. The whole neighborhood doesn't have internet. Believe it or not, it happens in New York City as well. So I'm connected through my phone, and I hope that the internet will hold. Ajnana timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyaiva cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. First, I would like to share a couple of verses from Ashtakas Chandak Stava, also known as Lila Stava. And these are summary verses of Krishna's Vrindavan Lila by Srila Rupa Gosvami. And it's just amazing. I've been listening to Krishna book every day, and it's just in a couple of verses he summarizes, or maybe in one verse he summarizes a whole chapter. He has the ability to do that and convey the main emotion of the pastime as well. It's amazing. So I learned how to chant these by listening to Dravida Prabhu's recitations. So I'm basically like a parrot. I just recite it without much realization, but with lots of appreciation for the art of poetry. And there are a couple of verses that first are invocation. Can you hear the tampura? You can hear the sound of the tampura? Yeah? Okay. All right, let me share my screen. Jiyannama murarer premamarandasya navyamurvindam bhavati yada basopi svati jalam mukti muktaya. And I would like to read Dravida Prabhu's poetic translation. All glories to the holy name of Krishna, Murar's foe. That name's a blooming lotus with ambrosia overflowing, the soothing balm of love of God to cure all pain and woe. Just a dim reflection of that name, in slightly glowing, is like a drop of purest rain that falls within an oyster shell and brings the pearl of liberation from this earthly hell. In other words, even a small reflection of Krishna's name can give us the pearl of liberation. And Prashanta Devi, I forgot to tell you how much I appreciated your wonderful explanations early on. I just want to keep listening to you. It was so beautiful. You really helped set the mood for this session today. So thank you. Danuja Trinaka Dambo Damada Vagnirashe Kusumitara Vikanya Tiravanya Karindra Madhakalapashupali Lochanendi Varendo Bhavatu Tava Charitram Madgira Mandanaya. The demons comprise a great jungle of brambles that threatens and frightens your dear devotees. But through that great jungle, O Krishna, I ramble, a fierce forest, you ramble, a fierce forest fire that burns it with ease. The groves by the bank of the Yamuna river are full of fresh flowers, both fragrant and fair. And you, O dear Krishna, O ecstasy giver, are the king of the elephants cavorting there. The gopis are maddened with youthful emotion, their hearts filled with love, you they long to embrace. Their eyes, like blue lotuses, dripping devotion, bloom wide when they see the bright moon of your face. O Krishna, O giver of all wit and power, O Damodar, you who determine my fate, please grant this request, O kind blessing and dower. May your pastimes my halting words e'er decorate. This is a quick little prayer we can also remember. May your pastimes decorate my words. And my favorite here, Dravida Prabhu is just so brilliant. Their eyes like blue lotuses dripping devotion bloom wide when they see the bright moon of your face. It's so beautiful. And final introductory verse. Mulat kata vidhayini bhavataro krishnanya krishna kshayat kelat bhirmuni chakravaka nichaya rachamya manya muhu karnanandika lasvana bhavatu me jihvatati prangane ghurnatungar savadistava katha piyusha kallolini. The words that tell of your glorious deeds are like a river of nectar, O Lord of my heart. And from those who drink deep at that river, desires for other words quickly depart. Sages they are, Chakravaka birds, playing. Those who drink at the river talks about you, uprooting the huge tree of death and rebirth. That river, their fate, ever freshens anew. Waves churn that river, exchanges of love as you sport with your dear ones, your pure devotees, bubbling and rippling and murmuring sweetly. That stream delights all with divine melodies. O Krishna, O fount of sweet nectarous pastimes, O you whose great deeds should be heard and unsung, may the river of poetry, limning your glories, flow into my heart and then over my tongue. Prashant, would you like to add anything?
No, your turn.
I speak English and I chant Sanskrit with Bulgarian accent, so I hope I'm not diminishing the beauty of the words here. And now we will recite and read the summary of chapter 7 of 10th canto Srimad Bhagavatam. So it's Krishna's birthday celebration. He's 1 year old, and the whole community, Nanda Maharaj and Mother Yashoda, invited everybody over to celebrate his birthday. It's a big birthday party. And this pastime, these few verses describe the, how Krishna killed the cart demon, Shakatasura, and then the second part continues with the Trinavarta, the killing of Trinavarta, and then the last section of this verse is Balaram accusing Krishna of eating earth. And Srila Rupa Goswami is also expert at selecting the right meter, the appropriate meter to convey the rasa, the emotion of the verse of the poetry he is describing. So you will notice how this meter is very jubilant, it's very joyous, it's fun, because this is a party and everybody is having fun. And the introduction to this pastime. Mama matiruchala charane bhagavati paryankita shaite kapata krandita kushale shakata vigatini parispuratu. I pray that my mind may become fixed on the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who expertly pretending to cry as he rested on a bed, kicked his feet, and broke the cart demon. Authanika mahasankulitambaka shakata dastana shayana lambaka kacharatsa trishna virachita rodana chanchala padakrita shakata vinodana Vismita pashupa sudurgama cheshtita katita nijehita shavaka veshtita katara janaki janaka gatam kita mantrika dharani surakrita shantika Janani durvaha gaurava vingraha sapadi viditsita danuja viningraha danutanaye nakshanama pavahita kantata tigraha nirmahita hita Viklava janani nirbara shochita virudad gopi kula parirochita nirmita janani bandhu mahodaya mama pingo kula mangala modaya mama pingo kula mangala modaya. I hope you're smiling.
When do you breathe?
I know that. So, chanting Rupa Goswami is the perfect pranayama. It's also a really good exercise to develop your brain so you don't get Alzheimer's disease as you get old. But now imagine Dravida Prabhu chants this even faster. I slow down a little bit so that I can catch up my breath. I catch my breath. So, Prashanta, would you please like to read the translation?
O Lord, whose mother became absorbed in the Uttana ceremony, O Lord, who rested on a bed under her hand cart, O Lord, who cried out of thirst to drink the milk from your mother's breasts, O Lord, who broke the cart with a kick, O Lord, whose extraordinary activities astonished the coward people, O Lord, whose activities were described by the nearby children, O Lord, who were approached by your anxious parents, O Lord, for whose sake the Brahmanas expertly chanted mantras to counteract the evil influence. O Lord, who became so heavy your mother could no longer carry you. O Lord, whom the demons wished to kill. O Lord, who were carried away in a moment by a demon. O Lord, who killed the demon by holding on to his neck. O Lord, for whose sake your anxious mother cried aloud. O Lord, who were discovered by the crying gopis. O Lord, who created a great festival of happiness for your mother and friends. O auspicious, O auspiciousness of Gokul, please fill me with transcendental happiness.
So, you know how we hear that the residents of Vrindavan always think about Krishna's pastimes and Krishna's activities. And I thought about this recently because we had a family friends of ours came to visit us and stayed with us here in New York. And they have a 5-year-old daughter. And they came for the first time and they took their daughter around to see different museums and have like a cultural experience. The first time for her seeing New York City. So they were out all day and then they came back and I asked them, so how was your day? How was it? And her mother, the girl's mother, started describing, oh, and we went to the museum and she did this and this and this and she asked this and she tried this and she ate this and it was all about describing how her daughter's experience. And then I thought, oh wow, just see, this is how the residents of Vrindavan speak about Krishna. So even if when they're not personally participating in with Krishna personally in the particular pastime, they're just talking about it. Or oh, did you hear Krishna he just hit the cart with his leg and it broke and then this demon came, but we didn't believe, but the kids were saying Krishna did it, but we didn't believe that. So they're always talking about Krishna and how the day went and what he did and what happened. And there's always something happening in Vrindavan. So this is a wonderful way to absorb ourselves in Krishna's pastimes. And here, Srila Rupa Goswami is showing us how to do that. And also, all these verses are in vocative form. So, oh Lord. So this is also almost as if he is talking to Krishna. Oh, you did this, this, and this, and you did this, this, and this, and you did this, and you did that. So please fill me with transcendental happiness. This is a wonderful way to glorify Krishna, remembering his activities. Navashishulila langita khayana garga vishkrita nama rasayana ringana mandita nanda niketana madhurima tarpita gokula chetana chalatara tarnaka pucca vikarshana vismrita griha kriti ramani harshana kutukinna samaya vatsa vimochana chauri vishankita chanchala lochana Akroshana krita hasita dambara mukapatava krita lunchana samvara rachito lokala prishta virajana randrita shikya stitavara bhajana Gavya nirmita kapikula ranjana kalpita navadadi handi bhanjana Janani vikshita savaya vilochana jaya jaya gokula padma virochana jaya jaya gokula padma virochana. Now this is chapter 8, summary of chapter 8 of the 10th canto. Very fun pastimes. Prashanta?
O Lord, the nectar of whose holy names was revealed by Garga Muni after 1 year of your childhood pastimes had passed. O Lord, who decorated the home of Nanda Maharaj with your pastimes of crawling about. O Lord, who delighted the hearts of Gokul with your sweetness. O Lord, who was dragged about by your restless calf, whose tail you had grasped. O Lord, whose pastime delighted the cowherd housewives and made them forget all about their household duties. O Lord, who became curious and released the calves at the wrong time. O Lord, who, frightened because of your stealing activities, restlessly glanced here and there. O Lord, who laughed when the elder gopis rebuked you. O Lord, whose face expertly concealed your guilt as a thief. O Lord, who climbed up on the wooden mortar. O Lord, who poked holes in the jars suspended from ropes. O Lord, who delighted the monkeys by giving the milk products to them. O Lord, who broke the clay pots full of fresh yogurt. O Lord, into whose frightened eyes your mother gazed. O Sun, who make the lotus flower of Gokul bloom. All glories to you. All glories to you.
Krishna is so naughty. Rama prakati kritamrit bhakshana janani sammukadritabhaya lakshana mukhaputa darshita nikila charachara gopeshvara sutamai mudamachara gopeshvara sutamai mudamachara.
O Lord, whose clay eating was revealed by Balaram. O Lord, who showed all signs of being afraid when you were brought before your mother. O Lord, who showed that the entire universe, filled with moving and non-moving creatures, was present within your mouth. O Son of the King of the Gopas, please bestow transcendental happiness upon me.
Thank you. Notice how, as we're reading this, all your problems disappeared from your mind for a moment. You just forgot about everything else. That's one of the purposes of why Srila Rupa Gosvami wrote all these beautiful poetry, because the sound itself is so captivating to the mind. It hooks you. All right, I have one more. I'm probably going over time. Please forgive me. But there's one more that Dravida Prabhu mentioned. And this is, oh, it's here. This is a typical example of Rupa rap, as Dravida Prabhu calls it. The
Rupa rap. Oh, wow. I think, is she muted?
okay. Sorry, I couldn't unmute myself. You can hear me now, right? I can't see you. Yes, no?
Yes, yes. You are
Okay,
perfectly
great.
audible.
I am audible, yes. So this is Govinda Virudavali, verse 40, that I learned from Dravida Prabhu. And when I heard him chant this verse, it just blew my mind. I'm like, how is this possible? So before I start chanting it, I would like you to notice the rhyming here. So this is one verse of 19 lines, and each line, the last 3 syllables of the line rhyme with the first 3 syllables of the next line, but they form completely different words, following all the Chanda rules that Prashanta spoke about earlier, and just making perfect sense. So Visharada, Sharada, Bhavaka, Bhavaka, Charana, Charana, Haraka, Haraka, Kundala, Kundala. So you will notice how the rhyme goes. Now try to, I wish maybe it's possible to do this in English as well, I'm not sure. But it's a beautiful verse describing Krishna. Jaya Jaya Vangshi Vadya Visharada Sharada Sarasi Rukha Paribhavaka Bhavaka Litalo Chana Sancharana Charana Siddha Vadhudriti Haraka Harikala paruchanchita kundala kundala sadgovardhana bhushita bhushita bhushana chidghana vigraha vigraha kanda bhasura bhasura kutilaka charpita chandraka chandraka laparuchavyadi kanana kanana kunja grihasmara sangara sangara soduraha bahubujangama Jangama Navata Pinchana Gopama Gopama Nishita Siddhishu Dakshina Dakshina Paniga Danda Sabhajita Bhajita Kotisha Shanka Vilochana Rochanaya Kritacharu Visheshaka Sheshaka Malabhava Sanaka Sanandana Nandana Gunama Nandaya Sundara Vira Nandana Gunama Nandaya Sundara Vira. Let me take a deep breath. so, see, just by hearing it, you start laughing. It's such a joyous verse. It's a joke. It has this mood of almost like as if Rupa Goswami composed it just for fun, as a joke. And it's even more fun when you recite it faster. Jaya Jaya Vangshi Vadya Visharada Sharada Sarasira Paribhavaka Bhavaka Litalochana Sancharana. So it's the Rupa rap. The Rupa rap. All right, here's the meaning. Shant, would you like to read the meaning? Feel free to elaborate on the meaning if you like.
All glories to you. It's not going to work in English, but let's try. All glories to you, O Lord, expert at playing the flute. O Lord, whose restless, love-filled eyes defeat the autumn lotus flowers. O Lord, who steal away the peaceful composure of the wives of the Siddhas and Charanas. O Lord, decorated with splendid jewels, necklaces, and earrings. O Lord, who stay on splendid Govardhan Hill, which glistens with many pleasant lakes. O Lord, whose transcendental form decorates your decorations. O Lord, who fought and killed the hull demon Arishtasura, the bull demon Arishtasura. O Lord, who wear a peacock feather in your splendid curling hair. O Lord, whose face is more splendid than a host of moons. O Lord, who enjoyed amorous battle in a cottage in the forest grove. O Lord, whose arms are two bold snakes, eager to enjoy the nectarian happiness of embraces. O Lord, who are like a moving young tamal tree. O Lord, who sincerely and expertly fulfill all the desires of the cowherd people. O Lord, who hold the staff in your right hand. O Lord, whose splendor eclipses millions of suns and moons. O Lord, who are decorated with handsome tilaka, drawn with the yellow pigment gorochana. O Lord, whose transcendental qualities delight Ananta Shesha, Brahma, Sanak Kumar, and Sananda Kumar. O handsome hero, please fill me with transcendental happiness.
Thank you. I feel very happy right now. just reading these shlokas. So you see how contagious Srila Rupa Goswami can be. So praying to always stay in the association of devotees who remind us of the glories and the writings and help us understand the writings of Srila Rupa Goswami so that we can continue to stay in the association of devotees. Happily, be happy and joyous and continue to spread Srila Prabhupada's mission all over the world. So thank you so much for having me. I'm so honored.
Hare Krishna, Divyambara Mataji ki jai. Hari Hari Bol. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing your ecstasy, Divyambara, your love for the poetries of Rupa Goswami and for devotional poetry in general. So it was very wonderful to have you, and I would like to extend the same invitation that I extended to Dravida Prabhu. Let us meet together in the vicinity of Govardhan Hill on the banks of the Yamuna River, in that town known as Vrindavana, the forest of Vrinda Devi.
Kada Vrindaranye.
Kada Vrindaranye. Then
Vihita Duhi. Vihita, what was it?
Mihira Duhitu Sangamahite Lapanuchai Ruchai Nayana Payasam Veniviraham Karishe Sotkanto Vipinamupasekam Vitapinam.
Yes. But your blessings, please bless me. I really miss Vrindavan. I really want to go back.
Oh when will I be wandering in the forest of Vrindavan with tears flowing from my eyes as I call about the King of Gokul. Hari Hari. So we are waiting for you. We shall pray to the Queen of Vrindavan. Prabhupada said we cannot buy a ticket to Vrindavan. We come through another means. So we are going to pray for the transcendental airplane to bring you to Vrindavan.
In hope against hope. Yes.
Yes, yes. This is the Guru Parampara here. Dravida, we heard he learned from Kushakrata Prabhu, who was extraordinary personality. He learned from Kushakrata, and Divyambara learned from Dravida, and I learned from Divyambara. I remember the first time I saw Divyambara, I couldn't believe my eyes. I had round eyes like Lord Jagannath when I first saw Divyambara. First I met Divyambara, and then later on I met Dravida Prabhu. So when I first saw her, but she oozed the mode of goodness. And she was playing the tanpura. And she was singing these verses with so much relish and so much expertise. My ears were like itching in happiness. And I was looking at her and thinking, where has she come from? And I never thought that I could recite those verses when I first heard them. I thought, this is divine. This is from another world. We hear in Srimad Bhagavatam how the gopis, and even in the verses of Srimad Bhagavatam themselves, how the gopis are playing with words and they are speaking in poetry. This is the language of the spiritual world. Because it is, as Divyambara was explaining, filled with emotion. We hear the definition of bhava in the Nectar of Devotion. It is when the heart is moved by very strong emotions. That is the stage of bhava. And these are not material emotions, happiness and distress. This is ananda, the bliss of transcendental life. So these are expressions of spiritual ananda. And yes, when I saw Divyambara with her tanpura, I thought she had directly descended from the spiritual world. And I thought, my God, wow, I'm such a gross personality. I can never do that. But then Divyambara held a seminar, right? In Mayapur, I remember. She was teaching Sanskrit pronunciation, meter, and then on memorization. And by then I had learned maybe 2 shlokas in my devotional life. I found the Sanskrit quite inaccessible. And by the end of her seminar, which was like for 10 days, I had memorized the entire Kunja Bihari Ashtakam. And so then I thought, wow, this is actually possible. This is actually possible. So I am ever grateful to you, Divyambara, for introducing me to this ocean of nectar. Really, it's so helpful. It is so soothing for the heart. And yes, it brings us very, very close to all the transcendental personalities. It's absolutely beautiful. It's very absorbing. And so thank you so much. And thank you for agreeing to come online. We know you're a very busy person by now. Divyambara has opened a restaurant. She is an expert cook in Ayurveda. And she has opened a fantastic restaurant in Manhattan, if some of you understand what that means. The top place in New York City. And she has opened the restaurant there. And it is a wonderful success. She's teaching Ayurvedic cooking, healthy cooking, and her restaurant is attracting all sorts of celebrities and important personalities in the city, and of course many devotees. So we wish you all the best with your endeavors. She has published already, I think, 2 books of cooking, healthy cooking. So we would like to certainly encourage her. And you know what? Yesterday we offered 150 bogas to Rupa Goswami. So when you come back, when you come next, please come with your cookbook, and you can also cook for Rupa Goswami. Then we can have 250, okay? Hare Krishna, thank you
Thank you
so,
for your
so
kind
much.
words. I undeserved, but thank you for your kind words. Thank you for being my friend and for keeping me in the ocean of devotion through our friendship and many great. I thank all of the devotees who are assembled today. I wish I could see you in person. And
You
thank
wished. We are
Yes.
under the bizarre trees here.
Thank you. I know it's time for prasadam now, so I don't want to keep you from that.
No, not yet, Prashadam. Some more verses.
All right, but I will continue listening. Thank you.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Divya.
Hare Krishna, everyone. I see that many of you have survived so far and still eager to hear. We have another half an hour, so would you like to hear more? Okay, then we shall. The next thing we are going to hear is in pursuance of what Divyambara was reading from. She was reciting from the Chandodashakam, which she said is a kind of a summary of the 10th canto. I got very excited while preparing for this session because during the month of Purushottama, yes, I was lecturing on the 15th chapter of the Bhagavatam, which is entitled, what is the title of the 15th chapter of Srimad Bhagavatam? No, this Bhagavatam. Anybody knows what is the 15th chapter of the Krishna book?
Krishna in the forest.
Yes. The killing of Dhanuka. And as I was browsing through the Stavamala, I discovered Atatalavana Charitam Talavan, the pastime of Krishna going to the Talvan forest, summarized by Srila Rupa Gosvami. So we are going to go through this. It is very beautiful. So, Atatalavana Charitam, pastimes at the forest of Talvan. So the 15th chapter of the Krishna book, or Srimad Bhagavatam, 10th canto, is about Krishna becoming 6 years old and requesting his parents to let him herd the cows. When he was smaller, younger, he was herding the calves. But when he became 6 years old, it says, his body grew taller and he became very eager to enjoy Sakhyaras. In the early years of Krishna's pastimes, he enjoys most the relationships in Vatsalya Ras. He interacts with his mother, his father, the elderly gopis, and so on. But as he grows a little older, then he becomes very eager to enjoy Sakhyaras. And then very quickly, Madhurya Ras as well. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, we hear, the first verse we'll hear of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Tathascha gandhavaya shrita vraje babhuvatusta pashupala sammata gaschanayanta sakibhir samam pader Vrindavanam punyamativa chakratu. When Krishna and Ram attained the age of 6 in the forest of Vrindavan, in the land of Braja, they were authorized by the elder Gopas to begin herding the cows. And thus Krishna entered deeply into the forest of Vrindavan, marking the land with the marks of his lotus footprints. So this is the description that is given in the Bhagavatam. And Krishna enters the forest, discovers the forest, looks around, meets the birds, the animals, the trees, and so on. And then he begins talking to his brother, describing all the beauty of the forest. Then they come upon a beautiful lake where there are many birds. And gradually, they begin playing, imitating the animals. They do some wrestling, running. They get tired. They take rest, lying down on beds of flowers, their head on the lap of a cowherd boy at the root of a tree. It was a very beautiful description. And then one day, the cowherd boys, Subal, Shtoka Krishna, and all, they come to Krishna and Balaram and they request them to go to the Talvan forest. And they entice them by telling them that they are very hungry. and they are actually, they are smelling. There is an eastern breeze which is flowing towards the southern part of Govardhan where they are located, and which brings with it the smell of ripened fruit. So they, on the pretext of being very hungry, they ask Krishna and Balaram to go. In the Bhagavatam, this is what it says. Shri Rama Nama Gopalo Rama Keshava Yosakha Subalastoka Krishna Dya Gopa Premne Dhamma Bravit. So all the boys, Sri Dama, Subal, Stoka Krishna, they lovingly spoke to Krishna and Balaram. Rama Rama Mahabaho Krishna Dushta Nibarhanam Ito Vidure Sumahad Vanam Talali Sankulam Phalani Tatra Bhurini Patanti Patitani Cha Santi Kintva Varuddhani Dhenukena Duratmana. So they explain that there is a forest not very far from here. It cannot be far because the wind is bringing the smell, this beautiful aroma of the fruit. There are so many fruit, and we have heard that they are ripened. Some of them are on the trees, some of them have fallen down, and everyone wants to enjoy the fruit, but the forest is guarded by Dhenukena Duratmana. It is guarded by Dhenuka, who is Duratma, meaning is not a very good person. He is hoarding all the fruit and in fact taking them, giving them to Kamsa. He is an agent of Kamsa. So here is some verses that Rupa Goswami has written. Sapatu mam yastrina raja raji paler virajam rajaraja putra sukhani chakranka karasakhinam chakrivatam chakram udasya chakre. May the shining son of Nanda, who holds a chakra in his hand, who made his friends happy with the fruit from the tal tree, who killed a group of donkey demons, protect me. So this is here asking for the protection of Krishna. Then we go into further descriptions of Krishna and the pastime in general. And as Divyambara was explaining, the meter reflects the very playful mood of this pastime here. In fact, it is so, it is very easy to recite. You can sing with us once you catch the rhythm. Jayadhenu lakshashata gupti dakshavana mandalantam anusritya kantam upalabdaha shakrita kelivasha baladeva gita ghana shakishita vanaraji rupa pashupala bhupa krita pakshivara charita nukara drita mitra rangarasa valgadanga. O Krishna, expert at protecting millions of cows, manifest your excellence. This is the challenge of the boys. Manifest your excellence. Because they told him, there is a forest and there is a donkey demon. And they have told him, he's very big. First they explain him, there is a donkey, there is a demon there. And he's very powerful. And then they say, and he's in the form of a donkey. But take it seriously. He is not alone. There are many others like him who have the same strength. So this will be a good challenge for you. Oh, Krishna, expert at protecting millions of cows, manifest your excellence. Oh, Krishna, joyful at the edge of the beautiful forest, O Krishna, performer of a shower of pastimes. O Krishna, who praised the cool, dense forest to please Balaram. O King of the cowherds. O Krishna, blissful with friends by imitating the action of birds. O Krishna, whose limbs became attractive with the bliss of rasa. Now, for those who study the chapter, you'll understand this is a summary. Divyambara told us this. In one verse, he has summarized. Joyful at the edge of the beautiful forest. For the first time, Krishna entered the forest very joyfully. And he performed so many pastimes. He praised the cool, dense forest to please Balaram. Tada, if you know that chapter, you'll know that Krishna and Balaram are entering the forest together. And the trees immediately sprout with new leaves and new flowers and fruit. And so much of them out of their ecstasy that their branches actually bow down and touch the ground. And Krishna accepts this as their obeisances and their offerings unto him. But instead of saying, oh, thank you very much, instead of accepting this directly, he says, Aho amideva varamararchitam padam bhujam te sumana palarhanam namanchupadaya shikhabiratmanas tamopahatyai tarujanmayat krutam. He says, oh Balaram, see how these trees are offering you their obeisances by bowing down at your lotus feet, offering to you their fruit and flowers which they carry on their head being their twigs, their branches. They are bowing down with their heads. And they say, this is to eradicate the darkness which has caused their birth as trees. So this is what he says here, that Krishna praised the cool, dense forest to please Balaram. Then he says, O king of the cowherd of Krishna, blissful with friends by imitating the action of birds. So this is a section of that chapter where we see the Krishna is actually describing all the birds and all the animals, and it says, and he's imitating them. It said, Kvachit chakala hansanam anukujati kujitam abhrinrityati nrityantam barhinam hasainam kvachit chakora krancha chakrava bharadvajam cha barhinaha anuroti smasatvanam bhitavad vyagra singhayohom. So this is the imitation of the birds. So this is a summary here, just in one verse. Then we go to the next verse here. Purumalayodda patubahurudda baladhurdurudda nijamitrakuta yamunopakula tarurajimuna padabhadrasena krita dugdapena pataranukalpa navapushpatalpa varamadya supta suridali gupta. O Krishna, who defeated your friends of unrestricted strength by your two arms, expert at intense wrestling. So this is described that what they would do in the forest. One, they would imitate all the birds, all the animals, and second, they would wrestle. They would fight. And Krishna empowers those who are free from envy. They get their full empowerment. The cowherd boys are as strong as Krishna. And sometimes when they fight, they win. O Krishna, who took rest on the fresh flower bed, white as foam, made by Bhadrasena, under the trees on the bank of the Yamuna. So it is also described in that chapter that Krishna, getting tired, the cowherd boys, prepare some flower beds and some beds made of fresh twigs, which they pluck, very soft twigs, which they pluck from the trees. This is an extraordinary description in which it actually says that at that point Krishna expands into many, many forms to satisfy the desires of the many cowherd boys to be with him. So under many, many trees there is one Krishna. And not only there is one Krishna, but Balaram also expands and like that, so that the intimate friends of Krishna are with him everywhere. And then there are many other boys who all get a chance to massage him, to fan him, to bring him water, and to sing songs for him. Guess what kind of songs? They sing songs about what they've been doing during the day, but the best songs that Krishna likes are the songs about the gopis. Yes, that's the best. Oh Krishna, protected there by your friends. Vrishabhanubadha mriduraganatha kalagita subala brimrishta krita padmaninda charanaravindra vitapavatana parivittamana. O Krishna, joyful on hearing the delicate song with a gentle raga concerning your pastimes produced by Vrishabha. That's one of his friends. O Krishna, whose lotus feet, which deride the lotus, were massaged by Subal. O Krishna, fanned by small branches of flowering Ashoka trees. You can see the scene in the forest if you hear properly. Paripakvatala palalupta bala kalavakya rodha hasitopagodha mukatara kesha drita vira vesha ghanatungatala vipinantaralam upalabdha rama sahitatmadhama dhutagurnadagra trinarat samagra palavrindapata krita harsha jatam. O Krishna, whose face was embraced by a smile because of the soft words of the boys, greedy for the ripe tal fruit. So the boys, this is the part where the boys are coming and requesting him to go to the tal forest because of the sweet fruit. O Krishna, who assumed the stance of a warrior. O Krishna, who approached the center of the forest, danced with huge tal trees. O Krishna, happy when the fruits of the tal trees all fell after you shook them with strength along with Balaram. So this is the description that Balaram entered the forest first and he started shaking the trees, and the fruit began to fall. Patatam, 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 shabdam. This is what the Bhagavatam is also very poetical. It says patatam. You know what is patatam? This is falling. It says patatam, 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 shabdam. So there was this sound of the fruit falling down, and that woke up who? Dhenuka. He was having a little nap. And then he heard, usually the forest was very quiet. Why? Because this demon who had eaten man alive had scared everybody. There were no men visiting the forest. All the animals had run away. Even the birds would not dare fly over Talavan. The only sound in Talavan was the sound of the wind and that of the bees. Who were hovering around the fresh tal fruit and all the flowers. Phalashabdarushta khara rupa dushta harakama pala krita hashamala duragari kala khara chakravala trinaviti hotra ramitatma gotra. O Krishna, who made Balaram happy by allowing him to kill the demon having a donkey form, who was angry on hearing the sound of the fruit fall. O Krishna, killer of the horse demon. O Krishna, fire for the host of grass-like donkeys. O Krishna, pleasing to your friends. Hatadhenukaja vibubdha bhidhadya trinaraja bhanga bharajata ranga ripuvarga bhidamayi samprasida. O killer of Dhenuka, O Krishna, praised by the devatas, O Krishna, producing great joy by breaking the tala trees, O killer of many enemies, please be merciful to me. Pina pina varodgateranudinam yakshira purer balan ambujaksha vidambayanti nividam kshirambuder vaibhavam tasam rajataganda shela patali pandutvisham mandalam dhenunam paripalayantam atavi kunje bhavantam bhaje. O lotus-eyed Krishna, I worshipped you, who play in the forest bowers, who herd the groups of cows, which deride the wealth of the milk ocean by the mass of milk coming from their full udders, and which are as white as a host of silver Gandhashela mountains. Kalagita namedam chandaha. The meter is Kalagita. This is the end of the description. That this meter in which this poem is written is called Kalagita. It is then the description is there. Kalagita is described as follows: Saganam Nidaya Jaganam Nidhaya Kavisokya Dhama Kalagita Nama. And the definition of the meter is in the meter. Saghanam nidhaya jaganam nidhaya kavisokya dhama kalagita nama. Understand? It's very wonderful. The definition of the meter is in the meter. And it is sagana and jagana. It is a combination of two sets. I told you in the beginning there are sets of 3 syllables. So that's why it has this kind of rhythm, because it is a combination of only 2 sets of these it's called ganas. There is a sa gana and ja gana, meaning short, short, long, short, long, short. This is the combination: short, short, long, short, long, short, 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 long, short, long, short. And this meter is known as the abode of happiness for poets. Hari Hari. Okay, so we are going to end, we are going to sing one verse here. I'll sing one verse before we end. Oh, maybe I'll take, 2 verses, that's all, 2 verses. One to make you laugh, okay? One to make you laugh, which is from the Chitra Kavitvani, which is a section of the Stavamala, which deals with extraordinarily composed verses. Chitra means 2 things. It means amazing, wow, due to the composition, and it also means picture. So there are 2 kinds of verses in this section. There are 12 verses in the Chitra Kavitvani. It is a poetical, tradition for the poets to do that in Sanskrit. One is to use only a limited number of letters to compose. How limited could it be? There are 2 types of letters. One are consonants, kakagagana, the consonants, and there are vowels. The vowels actually are the sounds which can be pronounced on their own. Yes, I, u, li, ri, ri. A, I, O, ow. These are the vowels, okay? You can pronounce them anytime. And then there are the consonants, like ka. But the ka actually it requires the tongue touching different parts of the mouth, the palate, either at the back or in the middle, at the front, the teeth, the lips. But one thing with the consonants is that they cannot be pronounced on their own. You try to say a ka without the a, you cannot. So the consonants, they are always to be assisted with the vowels. So there are two types. One is the consonant, one is the vowel. So the art of Kavitvani, Chitra Kavitvani, is to limit the number of consonants. Normally there are so many consonants, but if you use a limited number, it makes it even more. Already you understood that it's complicated. You have the rhythm to be maintained, the number of syllables to be maintained. Now you also limit the number of letters that you can use. Huh? How can we limit it? Well, in the Chitra Kavitvani, for example, the first verse, verse 1, it describes rasa. Rasa. How many vowels are in rasa? 2, but actually 1. It's a. A repeated twice. And how many consonants are there? 2. Which ones? Ra, sa. That's it. You have it. The whole verse is using only 2 consonants. Ra and sa. And as many vowels as you like. Okay? This is a description of Krishna entering the rasa dance. Rasa sa rasa sa ro ro rasurari sa sa rasa sansara sira saura se susriran su sa rasa. I told you were going to laugh. Filled with transcendental amorous desire, the son of Nanda, who showers forth nectar, whose thighs are strong, who is the enemy of the demons, and who is the sword that cuts down the cycle of repeated birth and death, entered the rasa dance, holding a lotus flower. Now, should we describe Krishna as the thief? What is the word for thief? Chora. How many consonants in Chora? 2. Which one? Cha and Ra. Ayah, here we go. Chachoruro chiruchora ruchiroram charachare chora charo chirachiram ruchacharu rachuchurat. Wow. Acting like a thief, the broad-chested son of Nanda, the most handsome person in the world, quickly stole the gopis' garments. He was attractive because of his splendor, and his beauty was enhanced by the sandal paste adorning him. Nice. Okay, I'll skip this one here. We'll go to the one that you won't believe it, but it's there. Verse number 4. This is, the author has been praising Krishna. Krishna is so great. So there is an objection. When there is an objection in Sanskrit, they say nanu. How many consonants? Oh, only one. So, why are you praising Krishna so much? The rebuttal now is given. I am praising Krishna so much. Did not the many-headed Lord Brahma, who impels the various demigods, offer prayers with tears streaming down his face, trying to pacify Lord Krishna, the killer of Shakatasura? I mean, if Lord Brahma himself praises him, why not me? So this is the rebuttal, and it is composed with one consonant only. Ninunna no na nannu nam nanu nonna na no nuni nane na nam ninunne nam na 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 no na no. Srila Rupa Goswami Pada ki jai. All right. So we are going to end here. We don't want to be late. I'm going to read one verse which is by Srila Jiva Goswami, which I have learned from my dear Divyambara. This is a praise of Srila Rupa Goswami's poetry. Kavyam sudharuchiharam vibudha pibanti Rupa sananda sutarupa gunanurupam tasyanyakavyam atitikta shastam prashastam asakrin mama nirmimitam. The gist of this verse by Srila Jiva Goswami says that the poetry which is compiled by Srila Rupa Goswami and which describes the form, character, and beautiful qualities of and pastimes of the son of Nanda, it is it steals away the taste of nectar. It steals away the taste of nectar. And therefore, the vibudha, those who have very intelligence, they drink the poetry of Srila Rupa Goswami, giving up all other poetry, considering it very bitter. This is the praise that Jiva Goswami has written. As we know, Jiva Goswami is a disciple of Rupa Goswami, and high appreciation for him. And so we stop here. Thank you very much for your attentive hearing. Hare Krishna. I think maybe we should institute regular poetical recitations. Huh? Then those who are interested can also, it's contagious. Huh? It's contagious. I heard it myself. I never had attraction before. And I heard these poetries and they just entered my consciousness and they revolutionized my Krishna consciousness, because it's a meditation on Krishna and it is full of taste, it is full of transcendental attraction for Krishna. It produces beautiful visions of Krishna's pastimes and Krishna, as we said, the relationships of Krishna and his devotees, the various feelings that are being exchanged and all. It is very beautiful. Definitely it is sprouting from the heart of the pure devotee. It is their realization, it is their vision, their transcendental vision that they are expressing. And the poetry is enhancing, it's a means actually, the poetry is a means to convey emotions. And then when it is sung with a particular tune, then it even further enhances the description and makes it very, very tasty. Rasa. Okay, so we stop here. Srila Rupa Goswami Pada ki jai. Thus concludes the third day of the Rupotsava 2023. But we do not end here. We have one more day. And if I may say, the most wonderful day is coming tomorrow. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, there will be departure for the abode of Tea Kadamba, where Srila Rupa Goswami spent lots of time writing his books, writing Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Upadeshamrita. And so we will be going there and we'll be worshipping, offering bhogas. Devotees will be cooking. If you are interested in cooking, you can cook for Srila Rupa Goswami. There will be an offering there at Tea Kadamba. We will be performing Guru Puja for Srila Rupa Goswami. We'll have Arti, of course, Mahaprasadam, and we will have Akhanda Kirtan. We'll be chanting the holy name of the Lord, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. We'll be starting the kirtan at around 4 p.m. and we will be continuing till the night. In between, there will be flower abhishek, there will be flower outfit for the beautiful deities of Shri Shri Krishna Balaram and Shri Shri Radha Govinda. There will be Julan, there will be offering of lamps, Dipotsav for the Lord, and there will be the transcendental singing of the prayer to Sri Rupa Manjari. So you are welcome. Please let us know if you wish to come. Hari Hari Bol. Now there will be, I believe, some prasadam, some Ekadasi prasadam. Are we having? Anybody knows? It is, oh, it is downstairs? Okay, it is downstairs. So let us go on the first floor. I'll go down on the first floor for a little prasadam. Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, all of you. And I wish that you continue hearing these poetries and enliven your own spiritual life and understanding. Hare Krishna. Thank you.